on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
And now, the end is near.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our midnight program. We've got Linda James burning the midnight oil right here on the Six Screens, and she has a great guest tonight, J.W. Curious. That's Pete out of Rhode Island. So they got a good program coming up. So by all means, stay with us. Let me bring Pete and let me bring Linda in. Now, Linda is your favorite apostate. So let's bring her on. Let's bring on Pete. So you guys can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
So you guys are looking great. So I'll be here if you need me. So keep the wheels of progress moving. I'm going to step out of here and take your program away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rick.
Yep.
Well, everyone, hello. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And as you know, I am brainwashing you because if I keep telling you over and over again, whether it's the truth or a lie, you're going to believe it. So it's the truth this time. So it's going to be okay. It's not in a bad way. It's a good way because I am your favorite apostate. And look who we have here today. We have Pete back in the studio, and I'm excited that he's going to be with us tonight. I was reading some of the chat, Pete, and people are going, "Wow, Pete's back." And GG for GB said he's missed a lot of meetings. He's in trouble.
Yeah, that's what the elders are saying too.
But you know, when you need to take a break, you need to take a break, and that's important. And I'm glad you have been doing that.
It's amazing, you know. Like I first took the break back in September because, you know, the apartment that I live in was being remodeled, and so I actually had to shut my studio down.
Right.
I couldn't record any videos. And they just finished up the work last week.
Really?
So that took a little longer than expected.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's amazing. The time just seemed to fly right by because I didn't even realize how long it had been since the last time I was on. And it's like I miss these guys. I have to come back on and say hi.
Yeah, you've put out a couple of videos, and your audience was just loving every minute of it. So I don't think you realize just how much you are valued to the XJW community. The homework that you do, the things that you put into your videos are extremely accurate and helpful. I mean, you write a script. You do your homework and then you write a script. You really do your due diligence. And I'm actually proud to know you and proud to know that someone such as yourself, that, you know, that I'm friends with someone like yourself. You're not just talking anything. You talk facts. And if you do say an opinion, you specifically say, "This is my opinion," and then you go on. And I love that about you. I love that.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I mean, when I was a witness, I would, you know, go to the doors and I was telling them, you know, people at the door, what I was told to say by the Watchtower.
Yes.
And, you know, I had my spiels with, you know, hold up the Watchtower, and I would be flipping the pages and, oh, this article deals with, you know, and, but there was no sincerity in it. You know, with the videos that I do, you know, this is all coming, you know, from my heart. This is stuff that I learned. This is stuff that I observe. This is stuff that I find out. And, you know, back when I was fading, there was no YouTube. There was no internet. If you wanted to research something, you had to go to a library.
Yes.
You know, so having the internet, this even gives people like myself a chance to get the message out to people who need to hear it.
Yes.
So, you know, I'm not here for entertainment. I'm here to share knowledge.
And it shows. So I just think it shows. Sometimes you get kind of, I do like your personality though. You know, I love it when you say, "I digress." And to me, you should have t-shirts. To me, you should have t-shirts that say, I digress.
Yeah.
Esther
It's,
in the chat was saying, glad to see you have XJW Curious back with big old happy face and thumbs up. So cool. Gilbert says, I'm not here for entertainment, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see John Marciano, Esther, all the names from,
Yeah.
from before. It's good to see you guys.
I'm happy to have you back.
John's asking if I have any theory on Morris. I actually did a video Tuesday, John, with my thoughts on the Anthony Morris thing. You should watch it. You might be surprised by my thoughts on it.
W Curious Pete.
Yay.
Hey, I'm actually a big fan of you, and my name is Eric, and I had a show just earlier.
Yeah, I was watching. I was listening to it.
By the way, this was Eric's first show, and congratulations, you rocked it.
Don't worry about it. I'm a
For you.
Eric, you're originally from Rhode Island?
Yeah, I am from Rhode Island. Yep.
Yeah, I was in the Attleboro Mass congregation just over the border.
Okay. When I was a pioneer, Anthony Morris was my pioneer instructor in Marlborough, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
There's two.
hanging out with that guy?
Sheldon was the other one. Come again?
I'm sorry, I talked over.
I remember, hearing Tony's voice at the old Providence Civic Center.
But I wanted to just say to Pete, I really appreciate your videos actually a lot, and my wife does too. And I know that some things have happened in your life that you've expressed to us, and I'm sorry for that with your ex. And you're a beautiful man, and thank you for exposing what you do. We're all in this fight together, and we all appreciate each other, I think, deep down inside.
Thank you very much, Eric. Yeah, when I left the organization, I wanted nothing to do with it. It was just like I totally backburned it. And even over the years, like if I heard somebody bad-mouthing witnesses, I would actually stick up for the witnesses because it was still, ingrained in me. And it wasn't until I found out about the Australian Royal Commission that the switch got flipped, and I went, no, I got to speak out, and start letting people know what's going on here. And that's the whole reason for it. I don't try to be entertaining, but at times I tend to say, what comment here or there that might be a little bit,
You are a natural entertainer, actually, so it's kind of hard to not be entertaining. When you're
when you're as salty as me, you got to be a ham.
Pete was around for 1975. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was baptized in 1970 when I was 9 years old.
Okay.
So then when 75 came and went, that's when I started spending time in the library at the hall, looking back through some of the older publications. And by 1980, I was disfellowshipped.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually, when I was listening to your show, you were talking about how you got like turned in by family members for things like that. I only ever got called before the Judicial Committee once, and it was because there was a newspaper article with my name in it. And so, they called and they said, we found out that you did this. And I went, oh, you read the newspaper? Did you? Good detective work.
That's good.
So,
that's what it's like.
that judicial meeting didn't go very well.
You got me laughing, Pete.
Yeah, well, if you can't laugh, you might as well just become a Muslim.
I don't know why you say that, but that's something you say. I don't know.
You never see a
Muslims,
Muslim stand-up comic, do you?
I'm sorry, say that again. What?
You never see a Muslim stand-up comic, do you?
I'll have to give that. No, not lately. I have to give that some thought. But
Yeah, think about it.
Muslims, from what I understand, in the list of religions and what level they fall under, I heard, I haven't confirmed, that they are the highest growing religion out there.
Yeah.
That Christianity is actually below that.
Well, I don't know. Christianity got a good head start, but people are starting to leave Christianity by the droves.
Yes.
Because I mean, there's a I saw a meme one time, and I actually posted it because it was so true. It said, if you own a Bible and you don't read it, you're probably a Catholic.
Oh my.
If you own a Bible but you only read the parts that you like, you're probably an evangelical. But if you have a Bible and you read it and you actually study and examine it, you'll probably end up being an atheist.
I agree. This is what I have found most atheists as their reason. And I know it's thought of like when people leave the Watchtower, they become an atheist because they're mad at the Watchtower. And that may be the case for some, but for the most part, the atheists that I know of, they become atheists because of how well they know the scriptures, because of how well they've examined the Bible. And
I mean, first, what really flipped the switch for me was when you examine the Old Testament, or the Hebrew. I hate calling it the Old Testament because there is no connection between the Old and the New. So you have the Hebrew Bible, and that clearly states one thing. Then you read the New Testament, and the New Testament is actually heretical towards what's in the Old Testament. So it can't be part of the same Bible.
Did you say heretical?
In the Old Testament, like in Deuteronomy and in Ezekiel, it tells you that a father cannot be responsible for the sins of his children, and the children are not responsible for the sins of the father. Whoever commits the sin pays for that sin.
Yes.
And those who are righteous, are rewarded for their righteousness. But the New Testament says, no, Adam sinned, so we're all sinners, which is opposite what the Old Testament says. And then in the Old Testament, human sacrifice is forbidden, whereas in the New Testament, you have to accept the human sacrifice of Jesus in order to be saved.
Yes.
How do you know that you've been saved? Because Judgment Day hasn't come yet. You can claim to be saved, but you're not going to know until the Judgment Day actually arrives. It's like when the governing body says, I'm anointed. How do you know until the time comes?
Right.
But I digress.
Did somebody chime in? Was somebody wanting to say something? Thought I heard somebody.
I have something to say.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Be nice tonight. Be nice to me tonight because I will find out where you live. I don't know how, but I will.
Who is it? Identify yourself.
Go ahead and share your comments, sweetheart. I'm giving you a hard time, and I'm teasing you.
In the room privately, so nobody else can listen. I tell people, what if everybody would just read the Bible in their bedroom? Because every time you take the Bible outside of the house and you take it to church, look at all of the problems that we have. Why can't the Bible just be something that you read at home for yourself and try to be a better person and keep it outside? And don't let it leave your bedroom. Now, you can talk about it like, hey, Pete, let's have a cup of coffee. I want to shoot a couple of things by you. But that's what brothers and sisters do as friends. But for me to go to take my Bible and then I start beating you over the head with it, see, that's why I say it should be at home. We shouldn't take it out to public places. It's just a theory that I have, and I was kind of curious. You're XJW curious, so I'm curious. Did I hit the mark? Did a bullseye, or am I kind of there? What do you think?
Yeah, I've literally studied the Bible my entire life.
I think everybody should throw their Bibles away. There's nothing in there that's just more than common sense. Treat your neighbor like you want to be treated, sort of stuff. Don't throw rocks and shoot people and kill people. It's just, come on, it's pretty much just common sense.
Yeah, well, I always wondered, okay, so the story says that God appeared on Mount Sinai and gave Moses the 10 Commandments. That, I'm wondering
What do you think?
how the nation of Israel ever became a nation.
Hold on, hon. Let Pete finish this out. What he's saying. Hold up.
Yeah, because God said, "You shall not kill," and it's like the nation of Israel wasn't like, "Oh wow, we never thought of that." It's just being civilized. So it's the Bible, like the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, is basically a glorified history of the nation of Israel, of the Jewish people. The New Testament is it's fiction. The only stuff in the New Testament that's real are the names and places of cities that existed. And, some of the people in the New Testament actually existed. But other than that, I give no credibility to the New Testament. It's like the Book of Mormon. It's a book written by people that had a theological agenda. But yeah, we're not here to discuss that.
And this is not a bash Christians episode at all, but to talk about, what we have come to realize and some of our reasons.
You didn't make any sense at all, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, no, there is, the Bible is a good piece of literature for sure.
I can tell when somebody's talking in circles.
That's something you've mentioned all day long, and it happens to be your motto, what you say to people. And it's not always the case that they're talking in circles. It seems to be your statement to shut people up. And I'm not digging it, and I don't appreciate it.
Well, I'm trying to keep on the subject of the theme of whatever you're...
The theme of...
I didn't know we had a theme.
So, that's enough of that. Thank you. Hi, Linda.
Hi. Hi, who's this?
Dave.
Hi, Dave.
I'm back out in the woods, and I'm loving it tonight. It's full moon almost, and
Oh, awesome.
full 100 feet away. But we're doing pretty good there, and thank you, Pete, for making all those videos.
Oh, Dave, my pleasure.
So you've seen some of them.
Yes, I have on this past Tuesday night.
Okay.
Yeah, the Anthony Morris video.
I got 2 videos on Tuesday night.
Okay, I think we're talking two different things. I'm asking if you've seen any of Pete's videos but I think you're telling me about the videos you've taken. Is that, am I
Yeah.
hearing?
I
Okay.
was about both things, but yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's impressive. So this is Dave, and Dave, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you go into the forest at night, and or do you want to just save that for another time, or remain a mystery?
Sorry.
I don't know if you. No, I've been born in the forest since 2003 now, and I look for Bigfoot across the country.
Okay. This is a legitimate Bigfoot. Would you call yourself a hunter or a observer? What would that be?
They call me a researcher, but I go and hunt them down and document where they're at and where they've been at.
Okay.
In certain parts of the country, like West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I've been to Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New York, and a couple other places.
Okay.
But I do a lot of it in Virginia now because it's of all the gas and stuff that's been going on in this general area.
Hello, Dave.
All right,
Dave.
well, let's go, Linda, and I'm going to sit back and listen.
Thank you, Dave. This was Kurt that said hello to you just now.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hey. Yeah, just good program, Pasta Babe. Hello.
Hi, good to hear your voice.
What's happening?
This is Kurt.
Real quick here, I appreciate Pete. I just want to say, just on one thing alone, I think we might all agree to this, maybe. The Old and New Testament are connected because it's the Old Covenant versus the New Covenant. The New Covenant being with spiritual Israel. So I'll just say that and let it go. But at least in my mind, that's the connection between the two parts, you might call, of the Bible. But anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
Is that a common thought amongst Christians that the New Testament
Well, that's
represents
what they've been
spiritual
taught.
Israel?
That's what they've been taught their entire lives. You know, Linda,
Yes.
it dawned on me one day that when we were born, all right, we have no belief in a God.
True.
Okay, so we're basically born atheist. And it isn't until we're taught by somebody, usually our parents,
Mm-hmm.
you know, what our religious beliefs are going to be as, you know, when we're young. Now in America, that's probably going to be the Christian belief. If,
Yes.
you know, and you're raised to believe that's right and that's the way it is. If you're born in the Middle East, you're raised as a Muslim believing that's right and that's the way it is. And if you're born in India, you believe in the gods of Vishnu and Krishna, and you know, and you believe that's right and that's the way it is. So your religion is more a product of the geography of where you're born than your actual belief, because it's what you're taught in your formative years. You know, it's only until you can sit back and analyze things for yourself that you can gain a true understanding, which is like why cults like the Jehovah's Witnesses say, I mean, Russell said it back when he was, you know, in the Watchtower. He said, you cannot study the Bible on its own. You have to have Watchtower publications in order to truly understand it. Well, no,
Matter of
you
fact,
don't.
yeah, he
Because,
said that about his 6 books.
right. And Watchtower has continued that thought through the years.
Yeah.
Even the current governing body said it in a recent Watchtower that you have to only through Jehovah's organization can you understand what the Bible says. No, the Bible's not that complicated a book. It pretty well tells you exactly what it wants you to know. For it to become complicated is when people with an agenda try to twist it and start adding things to it that aren't really there, like prophecies and stuff like that.
I agree with you.
The governing body, Jesus makes a parable about a good slave and a bad slave, and Jehovah's Witnesses say, "Oh, well, that's a story about a governing body." No,
And it's a prophecy.
it's not a prophecy. It's a story. Like the whole thing with the king of the north, the king of the south. I was just talking to my one and only JW friend that I still have left. Just Sunday I was talking to him, and he mentioned the king of the north and the king of the south. I said, you do understand that the story of the king of the north and the king of the south in the Bible is a true story. It's not a prophecy. It's talking about the Ptolemy, rulers of Egypt attacking Syria, the king of the north, the king of the south. It's a real story. It's history. You
Okay.
can look it up.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
not a prophecy. Prophecies never existed until the 19th century in America, when all these new religions started, popping up. And they all believe, they all started saying stuff in the Bible was prophecies so that they could sell their literature, or like in Russell's case, selling the miracle wheat, and selling this, that, the other thing. The prophecy, Bible prophecies were made up so men today could profit.
So
But again, I digress.
So if they started talking prophecy in the 1800s, would they call that the 19th century?
Yeah. No, I mean, there were so
Whoever's
many.
on the phone, can you push star
religions that
6?
popped up.
Because I can hear some clunky stuff happening. If you could push star 6 if you're on the phone, if you're not getting ready to talk. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody's doing their dishes.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Hey, but you see, Pete, I think you proved my point. And the point is that I've seen this with my own eyes, that people, older men that I've met, read the Bible and they keep it at home. And they learn, to stop looking at the straw in your brother's eyes when there's leather in yours. They read it from a personal perspective. The moment you start, like with the king of the north and the king of the south, and you start all those endless debates, I think we all look like fools. But when we get any good book, any holy book, any good literature that has been around, that has proven its weight in time, because it's been around, if a book has survived 500, 600, 700 years, I mean, I think it's worth, reading, like Shakespeare, right? So
Yes.
if you just learn, I think the problem is that we don't know how to just keep it at home and then share it like a discussion like we're doing here when we're together. We can talk about it, yeah. But we're not pontificating with each other. And I think that's the point I was trying to make, is that all of these books have value, all of them. But they have value when they're in your private home. And we discuss it like in a casual setting like we are here with coffee and tea and we're just talking. I think when you take it outside and you try to say, I'm smarter than you because I know who the king of the north is. No, it's like the Beatles say, if you carry a picture of Chairman Mao, you're not going to make it with anyone out. So that's what I'm trying to say is that it's not just the Bible, Pete. There's a whole bunch of great books that have great value, but the value is in your home.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Guess what? If I can make a little comment,
Hold on just a second, Kurt. Hold on just a minute, please. Pete, were you hearing an echo with Gilbert?
Not really.
Okay, I was hearing an echo. So if anybody calls in, do me a
I mean,
favor and make sure.
I hear it almost sounds like there's a radio or something in the background.
Maybe so. Make
Yeah,
sure
but
that the other,
I don't think it's an echo.
like your YouTube channel is turn that page off or put it on mute or something. Okay, go ahead, Kurt.
yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, and we're just sharing thoughts here. I'm still trying to figure out stuff myself. But just give me a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes here. The Bible can be very complicated. The book of Daniel, prophecy is about a quarter of the Bible. It's very difficult. Daniel and Revelation are tied together in different ways. Jesus mentioned the thing that causes desolation. For example, he quoted Daniel. But Daniel's a book of God's kingdom, whatever it turns out to be, his sovereignty. In Daniel 2, Daniel 4, it all has to be interpreted. People's interpret different ways. Daniel 7, someone like the Son of Man approached the Ancient of Days, sitting on his throne, and he was given a kingdom. And the holy ones would rule with the Son of Man in a kingdom. So the king of the north, king of the south, very complicated. It appears like in verse 36, there's a change. Most scholars agree. Bible students agree there's a change of direction from the Ptolemaic kings and their opponents that took over for Alexander. What's their name? The Ptolemy was one of the generals, and I can't remember the 4 generals. But in the 36th verse, it appears to be a change. So people have tried to determine who the king of the north, king of the south is. Seal up the book of Daniel until the time of the end, and then it will be revealed. We have all the days of Daniel have to be determined. There's 5 days of Daniel have to be determined. Days of years, most people believe. So it's very complicated. It's been worked on for I guess centuries, and of course the Watchtower came up with their view of it. But for a Bible, the last thing I'm going to say, for a Bible, someone is serious about the Scriptures, then you would have to take the prophecies into consideration, because, like I say, there are at least 1/4 of the Bible is Bible prophecy. In Revelation, the Apocalypse, happy are those that read these words, and these words are for the slaves of God. So anyway, that's all I got to say. I just wanted to, it's something that you all already know, and it causes a lot of confusion, and groups, I don't have to tell you, groups to get together as groups. Sure. And the leading men determine the prophecy. So as a person, I try to figure it out myself, for my own sake. And so that's where I'm at. Anyway, thank you, Apostle.
Oh, sure. It's good to have you on.
Kirk, can I ask you a question?
Kirk,
Where are you from?
you're about the same age as me.
Yeah.
Did you hear all that? All those.
Hold on, I'm asking Kirk a question.
Can you push *6 because I'm hearing a big echo?
Daniel and the Revelation and all that stuff.
He heard you. Can I say something too?
And those were my nighttime stories. I go to book study in the middle.
Sounds like we got like 4 people talking.
Yeah, I hear Tom, Kurt, and then no name.
Yep, this is Tom. Yes, this is Tom from New Hampshire. And I understand what this young man is saying as far as I need to keep the Bible in your home. But the thing is, why do we have these open forums so we can discuss them? Because obviously, if we keep them in our home only, we can't understand them by ourselves. So that's why we talk about them.
And see, I think that's what
I just want to say, you know, just because you think that this means that and that means this, doesn't mean that everybody agrees with you.
Right.
And you have to accept that. And so it can't just be in your own home. We have to talk about this stuff.
I think so. I think so too. I'm sorry for talking over you. I think Gigi was talking, Gilbert, I think he was talking more metaphorically, like instead of us, taking the Bible out and us going into public and beating people with it, or, acting like we're better than everybody else because we're using this thing called an appeal to authority or something. I've got the Bible. I know better than you.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing.
It's the only book people do that with.
Is
Nobody goes door to door with the Harry Potter books going, have you heard the message?
But yeah, I do think that there should be places for us to be together and open up our Bibles. And I do think it would be outside of the home. But I think Gigi was talking more metaphorically, but he'd have to come back on to confirm if I don't want to speak for him. I'm just saying I think that's what he was
Well,
meaning.
if the Bible was meant to stay in the home, the Gideons wouldn't have put one in every hotel room.
That's true. And that was the Gideons, that was their mission, to get a Bible in every hotel room. And
That's
that,
right.
from what I understand, it was done to help people not commit suicide.
It was a terrible marketing ploy because honestly, if you're in a hotel room, you're not looking for something to read.
Okay.
It's just the way I see it,
I hear you. Yeah.
So let's put it this way. In my experience, not once have I gone into a hotel room and said, boy, I wish I had something to read.
Right? Oh, I know, that's hilarious. But there are that was the Gideon's mission. And I'm hoping Gilbert can come back on because I kind of spoke for him, or as though I knew what he was implying.
I'd still like to find out where Kirk is from because
Thank you for reminding me.
Accent very fascinating.
Kurt, Pete wanted to ask you a question. If you could come back on.
Yeah, go ahead. I was muted. Go ahead, Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you from? I love that accent.
West Virginia.
Cool.
Yeah, I think you're up in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, I think.
Yeah, I'm in Massachusetts, right on the Rhode Island border. Like, with a really good slingshot, I can hit Rhode Island.
I hear you. Yeah, I've heard you before. Thank you for asking. Thank you for your comment as well. And thank you, Tom. And I don't want to go against what Pete's saying. Pete's got his understanding of things, but we're just sharing thoughts. I'm still, when I can, searching myself for the best answers to things.
That's all. That's all. That's what we all doing. And
yeah,
we all search for. I don't know if you want to call it the truth, but we all search for what makes sense to us. Now growing up, when I, as a Jehovah's Witness child, I've sat there and said, yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that because that's what I was being taught and that's what my mother believed, but it didn't make sense to me. There were things like during the meetings, especially like some of the Sunday talks, I'd get really bored because the speaker wasn't the most enthralling person. So I used to sit in the back of the New World Translation looking at all the charts because I love charts, I love statistics, I love history. So I'd be reading the charts And I was sitting there one day and I'm going, there's a chart in the back of the New World Translation that tells you allegedly who wrote what books of the Bible, when they were, and what time period they cover. And I looked, I said, wait a minute. None of the Gospels were written until like 30, 40 years after Jesus' death. So how can they be accurate? But we were told that, this is, and Watchtower would go to great lengths to tell us how these things, were real. So we believed it because that's what we were told to believe.
Hey, Kurt, this is Rick. Kurt, this is Rick at the Six Screens. Do you have YouTube on in the background?
No, the YouTube is on, but it's muted. It's been muted.
Well, we're getting echoing coming from your phone.
Okay, let me go to mute. Let me go back to mute, and I'll just wait a while. Okay, go to mute.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to mention.
Yep. I'll shut up.
I wanted to mention too that Kurt, he's been coming on for a number of years. I mean, he goes way back to the very beginning when we first started our program 17 years ago. But Kurt, have you guys ever heard of the Hatfields and McCoys?
Yeah.
Well, he's a Hatfield. Oh yeah, he lives down in West Virginia, and he's a Hatfield. Maybe he'll come on and talk about that. But that's a family feud, a clan that has been battling for years. So, Kurt, why don't you come back on and just let the people know a little bit about that, because I found that very fascinating.
Somebody mentioned that in the chat a few weeks back.
Okay. I don't know. It's real quiet in my house. I don't know.
Well, there's no echo now. You're right. Well, a little bit. There's a little bit of an echo.
I'm here in Mingo County. I apologize because I'm very, very sick, and I don't have much energy. I'm really straining here to talk. But I apologize for that. It's a personal problem, but I don't want to bore you with it. But
Just to let you know, Kurt, the guest that's on the show today, his name is Pete, and Tom is somebody that's a caller that calls in. So the guest is Pete.
Yeah,
it was a caller named Tom.
I've seen him on his YouTube channel, and I don't want to step on his toes because I'm sure he's got a lot of knowledge and looking into
so do you.
Yeah, the Hatfield McCoy. Yeah,
you don't have to worry about me, Tom, Kurt.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that. Say that.
I said, you don't have to worry about stepping on my toes.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Yeah.
Always open to share ideas.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Rick wanted me to talk a bit about it. The Hatfield McCoy feud. My great grandfather was Valentine Wall Hatfield. He was the brother of Devil Anse. And it's quite fascinating if you're interested in that kind of thing. I've got some books on it, and my dad, he was awful proud of it. I, of course, don't want to deflect here, but I think I'm more like my mother. I grew up. She was the rock of the family at the Kingdom Hall, and I grew up from day one there, and was there till I was about 19, early 80s, I guess. But I kind of stayed away from the, unlike my dad. Dad was a big into the history of it and everything. And it's a big thing around here for people. And I've ran across a lot of McCoys. I haven't had no trouble with them. Go to bluegrass music. That was what I liked, and ran into some McCoys there. And out when I was in the carpet cleaning business, and ran into quite a few of them. One guy guy over on the Kentucky side of the river there. He owned a coal operator. He's a big high-time coal operator. I didn't have much of nothing, but he was very rich, and he liked me pretty good. I've been in his home half a dozen times, I guess. He had a lot of memorabilia from the Hatfield-McCoy feud that he found and collected from people. But in this, the last thing I'm going to say, in this part of the country, it's a big old thing. These trails here through these mountains that people come from all over. I don't ride these trails. I don't have no interest in it, but they come from all over the country. And people tell me it's the Hatfield-McCoy trails through, I don't know, at least a half a dozen counties. Might be more than that, scattered around Mingo, Logan, over in Pike County, Kentucky. It's all the Hatfield-McCoy trails. And I guess that name kind of draws people in. But I run into people through my life that they wanted to know about the Hatfields. And it's caused me a little bit of problems through the years. Not too much, but you run across, everybody here back when I grew up was a tough guy. That's the nature of the men around here. I don't know about now. I haven't been out of the house hardly in 10 years, but except go to the doctor. But I ran across some people my time, that was jealous of the name, and you Hatfields think you're mean and all that, but it ended all right. I never was much afraid of it, but anyway, thank you, Rick, for asking me about that. And but like I say, my dad, he passed away about 5 years ago. Him and his brothers, they were all really tough, big men, and just in the Hatfield way, and in their bloodline. I think I probably got more mom's ways about me. But anyway, that's like I say here, and in the American history is part of American history. This part of the country is really, I guess even today, is really family, one family versus the other ones. There's other families have problems too. I know when we moved out, I moved back to the old home place back in 2005. That's where I'm sitting here now. It's 1,000 years old. I'm sitting here. I built a new home over there and gave it to my son over there, about 15 miles away. But there are even people today, the name Hatfield even more than McCoy. It's a big deal to them. They want to know if you're a killer or not, that kind of thing. I wouldn't hurt a flea unless I had to. But that's about the best I can do with it. But I spent, I think, with the way I am, I think it's a true statement. I think it's stupidity, really, when it comes right down to it. I think if it wasn't for the Watchtower and getting married when I was 18 years old, I don't think I'd be around today. I've been in some pretty big dust-ups. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. I have to tell you, I could get into a lot of details that bore you to death, but and I'm sure other men out there, you guys on the phone may have got into, but I've been into, I was so hot-tempered, so violent, that it's just a miracle that I'm still here. I think it has something to do with the Bible, the fear of God, and it has something to do, when my mother was alive, she worried about me a lot. And I don't know, I'm not making up stories here. I told somebody here recently, within the last week, a friend of mine, that it's just a miracle that I am, you reap what you sow in some ways. You reap what you sow. And I'm in shape right now, and I can hardly talk. So it's a humbling experience to get sick, and not be able to be so manly. But in a way, it's a blessing. In a way, it is. Because when you're flat of your back and you're having to use a walker to get up and walk through the house,
Yeah.
then you get humbled. Anyway, I've taken up enough time, so Apostle Babe, take back over. Take back over, and I'll go back to mute. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Kurt.
Cool story, man. Cool.
What did you say?
I said cool story. I
Yeah.
love stuff like that.
Can I ask a question real quick,
Sure.
please?
Yes.
Who are you talking to?
Talking. So forgive my ignorance because I am from the other side of the world, and I don't know who the Hatfields and the McCoys are. But do they make a movie about those two families?
Oh, probably.
With like Kevin Costner and Bill Paxton?
Yeah, they made a series. Yeah, they made a series.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. One last little tidbit. Back, I was probably newly married. I'll make it just real quick here. One of the McCoy descendants over on the Kentucky side, we knew each other. We weren't buddies or anything, and he told me, he said, I ran into him at McDonald's one morning, early one morning, and he told me, he said, I'm going to go to Nashville and make an album about the Hatfields and McCoys. I've got it here now. He said, I'm going to give you the first copy. He said, I'm not even going to ask you. He said, I'm going to give it to you. I thought he's just full of it. But a few weeks went by. It might have been 6 weeks. It was quite some time. It went by, and he called me at home. He said, I'm coming down there. He said, well, make sure you're home. He said, I'm going to bring you that album. So I said, well, I appreciate it. And he did, and I never will forget that. I still got it and everything. And then I bought a copy. I said, you got any more copies on there? He said, yeah. He said, I'll give you. No. I said, just give me this one. I said, I'll buy a copy of it. I'll give one to my dad, and I gave one to my man. It was really good. He had some Nashville players there, and it really impressed me. I still got it. But anyway, that's the last little thing, and because there's a lot of people on there wanting to talk. So I'm going to go back to mute. Thank you all.
But what was the name of the song, and who are the artists? Do you have that information, Kurt?
Oh, Kurt just wants to be on mute. Leave him alone.
Yeah, I would have to get the album out. It's got players there that played with him, and I was really, like I say, I can't say it. I was just really impressed. It was, it wasn't George Jones or Merle Haggard, but it just knocked me over how good they were, telling the story, the feud, beginning from the front. But it was a long play album, on the front and back, just one song after the other. But I haven't listened to it in a long time. We got married in '74. It was about the time that we got married, somewhere around that time. I'd have to get the album out, see what the date is on it. But
okay.
He was one of the descendants of Randolph McCoy. Yeah.
Maybe sometime next week or the week after, maybe you'll have that information for us. If not, no problem.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd have to dig it out. I got an attic full of stuff over at the other house, and you just have to see it. I got an attic stuff in tote boxes and all that stuff.
Okay.
I don't have room for everything. Okay.
Could be anywhere. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll take a break here.
Okay. Thank you, Kurt. Yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier, how the organization says that we have to go through them and their interpretations. When Kurt mentioned earlier that, the New Testament is spiritual Israel. The first one, we have to go through the organization to go through their interpretations of the Bible. When that's the case, it puts us in a position to be in need of them, to have a good understanding of how Jehovah speaks to his people, right? then the other thing I was thinking about is spiritual Israel. I've always looked at it like, okay, we have Israel and the Israelites or Jewish people, and for the Christian culture to come along and say, we're spiritual Israelites, isn't that kind of stealing it from them? Like, how come, why is that okay? I don't understand why that actually works. Like, from what I've heard, it is that the Jews don't deserve it or something because they rejected Christ, but they are God's own people according to the Bible or whatever. You hear my confusion here?
Yeah. Again, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but Paul was the first writer of any of the New Testament. What ended up being the New Testament, his letters to the different congregations were actually the first things that were written, and then came the Synoptic Gospels and then the Gospel of John. Paul, once he discovered Christianity, was an anti-Semite. He hated the Hebrew people. And so you could read through everything that was written by Paul, and you'll see how he despised the Hebrews. You know, he blamed them for killing Christ. He blamed them for everything that was bad and wicked. And even when Paul would quote Hebrew scripture, he would alter it. You know, like Paul would say, as the scripture says, but when you actually look up the original scripture, no, that's not what it said, Paul.
Oh, wow.
So Paul was an anti-Semite, and we confuse the Christian church. It was actually the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church took the identity of the Christian church and made it its own.
Right.
The Catholic Church was very, very anti-Semitic. So that's why you have so much in the New Testament that says, the Jews don't deserve this because they're the ones that killed Christ. No, the Romans killed Christ, who are, by the way, Italians, which is the seat of Catholicism.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I was kind of I keep thinking about, Garrett Loesch did that talk where he did the governing body Macarena. He's like, God
and Jesus,
message to Jesus, and Jesus gives the message to us. And then he says, if God trusts the faithful slave, shouldn't you trust the faithful slave?
Right.
It's like, well, gee, not according to Jeremiah 17:5. Jeremiah 17:5 says, cursed is the man who puts his trust in mere humans. So explain that one, Garrett.
Yeah. When we get in a position to where we have to depend on somebody that either speaks for God or says that they are God, that's a dangerous place. That's a very dangerous place, because
how do they prove it? See, this is the whole thing with
that's like Cult 101. If they say they speak for Jesus or God, or they say that they are Jesus or God the Father, run.
People say that atheists don't believe in God. That's not necessarily true. A true atheist, doesn't believe that there is evidence of a God.
Sufficient evidence, yes.
Sufficient evidence, right? Mm-hmm. If you were able to produce actual credible evidence of the existence of a supernatural being, then the atheist would believe in God. But until that day, first off, you can't prove the supernatural.
That's true.
Okay, just by its very nature. The human mind we only have a finite understanding. We can only understand what is natural, what is material.
Yeah.
So we cannot comprehend the supernatural, just like we cannot comprehend perfection, because we're not perfect, and you can't comprehend what you have no knowledge of.
Yes. Yes.
So
I've been working on that perfection for a long time now. I'm glad I can finally put that down, Pete.
there we go.
That was a heavy load, wasn't it, girlfriend?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Dixie, once I achieved perfection, I found that I wasn't having any fun, so I threw it all away.
The stuff you come up with is bizarre.
That spiritual Israel idea, I grew up with some of that myself. And Jordan Maxwell...
Spiritual Israelites.
Yeah,
spiritual
Israel. Yeah.
Spiritual Israelites.
Jordan Maxwell, in one of his lectures, mentions the British Israel Society. And when King Charles gets his big coronation party in a few, I guess it's in May, in a few months, you'll see hints of that spiritual Israel idea in the symbols they use and all, so that'll be fun. But
Okay.
I have a question for Pete that I've been asking myself, too. My friend from Jamaica, on his show, he called the governing body and asked who the president was of the corporation, and the Watchtower phone people didn't know.
The last I know, it was Robert Serenko.
Right. That's the guy who'd stay alive till 75?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, all these other groups, like Benny Hinn's group is talking New World Order in a lecture, and all these other religions that are getting more members because they got speaking in tongues, and somebody in the American South now has had a revival for weeks. And, you would think that the Watchtower right now would be looking at the fact that half the world's already at war, and we've got shortages, and I'm happy for the heat I have and a dozen eggs. You'd think they would be really writing some copy about all this. And they seem to me to be a day late and $1 short right now. What's your take on that, Pete?
Watchtower is not going to write about anything unless it causes property damage to JW property. If you look at jw.org in the newsroom, every news story they have about a natural disaster or something, the article will say there was a typhoon in the Philippines. Hundreds and hundreds of Jehovah's Witnesses were made homeless. And they will actually say there were 7,122 JW homes destroyed. Another 10,117 were damaged. 72,000 chickens were destroyed belonging to JWs. But they will not give you a single statistic about any of the damage to worldly people. Go to JW. Don't take my word for it.
What was the
Go
answer?
to jw.org.
What was
Look
the
in the
answer?
newsroom at any of the natural disaster
I remember
stories.
when I was about 4 years old,
Go ahead.
asking who the president was. Who's the president of the Watchtower?
Robert Serenko, the last I knew. Yeah, up until 1974, whoever the president of the corporation, because Watchtower Bible and Tract
Yeah, I
Society
remember
is a
that.
legal entity.
The president, up until right now, who's the president right now?
Robert Sarenko.
Question.
Robert Sarenko since about 2014.
Yeah, Robert Sarenko is the president.
I believe Don Adams retired at 91 or something.
I've never heard of him. Is he on the governing body?
No.
He worked in the writing department, and he did that famous
you go
talk.
to jw.org, you'll see videos with him giving talks, but he's not part of the governing body. Because the governing body is no longer connected to the
Let
legal.
Pete talk, hon. Let Pete talk, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The governing body used to be identified as the members of the corporation's board of directors. So if the president, the vice president, the chairman, the secretary, they were the governing body. But that was a legal thing. In 1974, when the governing body became a theological thing, then that was all changed. So there's two different bodies. You have the legal corporation, of which Robert Sarenko is the president, and then there's the governing body, which is in charge of all theological things.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I understand that. That's been going on for the whole since the 20s. I understand. But who's the president right now?
We've already said it 4 times. Robert Sarenko.
And you know what? It doesn't really matter who the president is because he's...
Yes, it does.
No. What I'm trying to say is, don't interrupt me. He's derelict of duty, he's unqualified, and he's driving the Titanic into a sunken ship. Now, to answer Pixie's question, Pixie, I talked about it with Rick Barron, jokingly, but Watchtower, for some reason, because I like to follow Sears, reminds me of Sears. You have a CEO who is driving this company and bleeding it dry and stealing as the company's going down. This is Watchtower in a nutshell, because Watchtower, like any religion, is a business. They have a business model. And everything Watchtower touches in all of its departments, like a department store, in the Theocratic Ministry School, in Gilead, whatever department that they have, everything Watchtower touches just turns to crap. They are, and the reason why is because they do not have a strong leader. When Watchtower had a strong leader like Nathan Knorr or Rutherford or Russell, say what you want to say, but a very strong leader can make the ship go forward.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Hold on.
They don't really have a leader.
Hey, don't interrupt me. So what happened in Russia, when Russia fell, it was death by committee. This is what happens. You have all of these committees, nothing gets done, and this is why Watchtower's in the situation that it's in my opinion. All right, that's all I got.
Well, you may have a point there, Gilbert, but what I'm seeing is, because the world is in such turmoil right now, and the world's been in turmoil before, that we've almost got World War I in reverse, because we had the pandemic first instead of World War I, where we had the war and then everybody got sick. We got all kinds of troubles and all kinds of prices and all kinds of things. And in times past, they would have sold magazines on if it bleeds, it leads. If it's bad news, it'll sell more papers. But they have ignored what's going on right now entirely. It's like there's so much a day late and the dollar short. People
they're only printing 3 new magazines a year.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Pixie, they're only printing 3 new magazines a year.
I know it.
it'll take them at least 4 months to respond to anything now.
I know it. And they, again, when the brother from Jamaica called them, he didn't have Robert Zelenko as a response to his question. You knew immediately. The people answering the phones in New York did not know this.
Well, if you want to know anything about the Watchtower, you talk to an ex-JW.
That's pretty much it.
It is kind of like Sears. I remember walking through Sears when they were, the fashion was not up to date at that point. I mean, Sears was going down. So, yeah, I just, they got $40 billion. They could be really, I mean, these other YouTube channels that have religions, I watch a lot of them in entertainment. And they're right on the money with the headlines.
But Pete said something very interesting. He said that your average apostate knows like 100 times more than any Jehovah's Witness. In the real world, that's called boots on the ground. That's called people who are in touch with the stream. So what happens is you have a group of men in the governing body. They're like, for example, Michael Jackson and Elvis. They're surrounded by yes men, and nobody can tell them anything. They're all yes, 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 yes. And they are totally out of touch with reality. And the other thing is, William Buckley, he said that you could just go down the phone book and just get random names, and you could put those people in charge, and government will run better than it is right now. Because
I believe that for years.
Yeah, because the average person, like Pete says, the average ex-Jehovah's Witness knows way more than the governing body, and he's in touch with the surroundings. So this is like, in my opinion, the governing body are like Elvis and Michael Jackson. You can't tell them anything. They're surrounded by yes men.
Well, I'm to the point where I think they're ivory tower monks at this point, because I don't even think they read a regular newspaper or listen to a regular television program or somebody like Jim Cramer that tells you what the market's doing or what the price of eggs
No, because all that stuff is controlled by Satan. Come on now.
Let me ask Gilbert a question here real quick.
Hey,
so Gilbert,
I won't be able to put your name on your Bible. We used to have a family business where we'd put names on Bibles in gold. I was really sad because after this Ohio thing, there were 3 more explosions in Ohio, and one was the nice family business that used to sell me the rolls of gold.
Oh my goodness.
That's okay. I don't mind.
I was really sad because I can't get bookbinding material to do that now.
Yeah, I've still got, when I was 9 years old, I got baptized. The first meeting back, or the first midweek meeting back, back then we didn't have elders. We had the congregation overseer. So he came up to me and he asked me if I'd say the prayer, lead the congregation in prayer at the midweek meeting. And I was like, sure. Well, my mother promptly ran right to the literature counter and bought one of the fancy, the black leather Bibles. And she, wrote on the inside, "Oh, so proud of you, my son, for saying the prayer." And we still have it.
I love it.
There's where my mother wrote to me, and she ended it, like always, agape love, which is something you never see that unless you're a Jehovah's Witness.
That's a thing right there.
Yeah. And there's the dinosaur.
Right?
On the inside cover of the Bible. Yeah, gotta love the dinosaur.
I love the dinosaurs in the end papers. I really did.
Yep. The old school Bibles have the dinosaur, not the newer ones.
And the old school Bibles have a lot of words in brackets that in the 1984 Bible, the brackets disappeared.
Yeah, funny about those brackets.
Yeah.
that's that slow process of, if it's in brackets, it's added to the text. Then later it gets taken away and it appears to be included in the text, and that's just not the case. But when it slowly happens, it's the
just the other
frog
day,
in the boiling water. What?
Just the other day, I was flipping through the Bible and came across in the back, they actually have a list of the words that they changed. So,
Really?
I'm going through some of the words that were changed. And some of them, no big deal, But I came across one, and it's like the word affection. They changed affection to compassion. And I'm
To
like,
what?
wait a minute.
Compassion?
Those two aren't synonymous.
Tell me the two words again. What?
Affection and compassion. They're not synonymous. Like
No,
if
they're
you
not.
go to thesaurus.com and look up, there's like 30 synonyms for the word affectionate, and none of them are compassion. So it's like, why did they choose to use that word? That's things like that.
Now, compassion and mercy would be, or compassion and grace would be.
Yeah, but not affection, So they do that a lot. They'll change words, and like when they changed loving kindness to loyal love. It's
Wow.
not really related. But again, they're
Compassion.
trying to get people to show their loyalty to the earthly organization.
Yeah, that's not synonymous either. It's all grammar. I was so glad that I was one of the last people to really study grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Linda, did you have a question?
Yes. So I was talking earlier because somebody called in talking about, or maybe it was Pete, I don't know, about how you had mentioned earlier about leaving your Bible at home or to not take it out of the house. And I was saying, assuming that I'm assuming what you meant. And what I assumed was that you meant it more metaphorically. So I'm asking if that's the case.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to throw it back at Pete because Pete threw the tennis ball in my court.
Okay.
You ready, Pete? When
Sure.
there's a Bible in your hotel room, guess what? You're in the hotel room by yourself. So, but yes, you're right. And you understood the gist of it. I wasn't being dogmatic in that statement. I was just being more metaphorically, like a conversational type. But yeah, I wasn't being dogmatic about it.
Thank you for. I wanted to make sure.
I had to throw that back. Yeah, I had to throw it back.
I wonder what translation the Gideon Bible is. I didn't steal one out of the hotel room in Baltimore last week, but I almost did.
I just know that the Beatles put the Gideon Bible in that song.
I know.
The Rock Tune. That was so awesome. So ever since then, I've been a Bible fan.
I know. Maybe I'll write them and see if they'll send me a translation of theirs.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that Jehovah's Witnesses, the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society did wrong. They didn't give away Bibles. They were trying to sell them. And all their living.
Yeah. And Jehovah's Witnesses were trying to sell Bibles to random people at home, whereas the Gideons were distributing them to the sinners in the hotel rooms.
Yeah, they gave it away free.
Yep. And
So
Dixie, to answer your question, the Gideons' official Bible version was the King James.
I just Googled that. That's exactly
Yep.
right. You are a wealth of knowledge.
Oh, if it's useless, I probably know it.
What company did they have that printed all those Bibles?
That's a good question.
Those are printed by the Watchtower.
For many, many, many years, Jehovah's Witness, the Watchtower organization has been printing Bibles.
Oh, you're talking Watchtower.
Gimmick was they got their gimmick when they put Jehovah's name in it. You know, that's where it all came from.
A lot of print shops will moonlight and print other people's material. I think the Watchtower printed maps for some time for other groups because they had a certain press and a certain template that would do maps. So I think they did maps for lots of different people.
If you go to jw.org, they have the online Bible section. So they have the 1984 version of the New World Translation. They have the 2013 edition of the New World Translation. But they also have King James, American Standard Version, the Bible in Living English, and the Byington Bible, which are all Bibles that they printed, under contract.
Right.
All the guys that came from back in the 70s and 80s, all the guys that came back from Bethel, all they could do was print literature. They knew how to run printing presses and, that mechanical stuff. That's about all they could do, or wash windows, or, clean up bathrooms and do janitorial work is all they could do. They didn't really know how to build anything. They couldn't build a staircase or a house or anything like that. They're a bunch of fools.
They knew how to drink.
Drink and print.
Yep, drink and print. And the one thing you didn't want to do if you were at Bethel was Monday morning trash duty.
And all those maids and janitors, they saw all those bottles. That's why Tony was the way he was about that. He didn't want anybody going to get bottles for him, whiskey or anything like that. He didn't want anybody cleaning up his room. There's certain things you got to keep private,
Who was this that he was talking about? That he didn't want his room cleaned by the maids? Who is this you said?
Well, I don't know. Would you want your room cleaned by a maid? Nobody wants that. Everybody has to have their own little space,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I wouldn't mind maid service in my apartment.
You have a bunch of whiskey boxes and Crown Royal or whatever it is. You can't just have a bunch of that trash there. All those people see how much you're drinking. But I don't think he drinks that much, actually. I'm not on board with all that because it takes a lot to get this fellowship for drinking. They all drink. They don't. It's really hard to get this fellowship for drinking. What they wind up getting this fellowship for is something they did because they were drinking.
I see what you're saying.
See, when I got this fellowship, I was drinking, but I never even got questioned about that.
Yeah, well, they all give you a break. All those elders are drinking.
Yeah.
They're always drinking. As long as you're drinking with them, you're okay.
Yeah, they didn't mind that I was drinking. They didn't mind that I was doing drugs. They didn't mind that I was boinking the elder's daughter. But they got upset when I was in a Christmas play. That's why they booted me.
So Randall Waters used to have a newsletter called Free Minds.
Yep.
And he was a Bethelite.
Yep.
So that was something that he did after he left. And he was part of that time of like 1980s when people would get in trouble for just hanging out and reading the Bible on their own without Watchtower literature. People
he just sent me a friend request.
They've always been getting in trouble for that.
What did you say?
That's why they got rid of the books. That's what they are. They're always getting in trouble for that. That's why they got rid of the book study. They don't want anybody in the houses talking. You know, they don't want you to be able to walk a block or two and talk to your friends.
That's
you have
right.
to go, you know, you have to have a car. You have to, you know, go 10 miles away and when they first started out, it was just a local, you know, down the neighborhood sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's that.
So the Watchtower encourages people to not open their Bible on their own and read it on their own.
Right.
Which puts you in a position of being dependent on that organization. And when somebody sets themselves up to where you can't function without depending on them, that can become very toxic. So it's something to look out for.
Did I tell you recently that the elder didn't know what the 9th commandment was?
Well, it all depends on which one. Are you talking about the Christian's 9th commandment or the Catholic 9th commandment?
He didn't know any of them because I took care of my family. I honored my mother and father, 9th commandment in the New World Translation. And so I mentioned it, and he said, you know, what a great job I did and how it was nice of me to spend all those years and get exhausted. And I said I didn't mind it because it was the commandment. Yeah. And he was confused when I said that. I said, yes, it's in the 10 Commandments. And I realized that the elder that I've known for many years that I like, he didn't know what the 10 Commandments were. Now, when I was growing up in a blue-collar neighborhood way back in the day, it didn't matter if the neighbor was a Protestant, a Catholic, or a Jewish person. We all knew what the 10 Commandments were.
I don't remember knowing them growing up.
Well, I thought I did.
The bad kids knew them.
I thought I knew the 10 Commandments. But if you actually read, like, in Exodus, there's like 4 different sets of 10 commandments. And only one specifically says, these are the 10 commandments. And if you read those 10 commandments, none of them are in what we think of as being the 10 commandments. Because the ones that actually say these are the 10 commandments are things, you know, like the do not boil a kid in its mother's milk. And all these other like things.
No cream gravy. No southern cream gravy for you.
Yeah, you know. And I was like, thank God for the 10 commandments, because just the other day I saw this obnoxious kid in the store, and I was like, I could boil him in his mother's milk. But then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I can't do that.
So aren't baby goats or baby sheep or something called kids?
Yeah.
And it doesn't really mean like one of our own kids.
Yeah. But it's just, you know, because
in kosher they don't have cream gravy like we do in the South. We put milk with our gravy.
Right. You know, if you're in part of an Italian family, gravy is actually marinara sauce.
Right.
That's good.
Not always, but yeah.
And gravy.
You know what I think about the Ten Commandments? It's
Oh,
nothing.
this ought to be good. Do tell.
It goes back to the Code of Hammurabi, actually. Smithsonian mentioned it recently. They had a stela of the Ten Commandments from the Code of Hammurabi, and a friend of mine stood there with her big expression, and she said, "That's exactly the same as the Ten Commandments." I said, "Yeah."
It's just common sense.
Yep. Yeah, thou shalt not kill. Oh, thank God you told me that. I never would have figured that out on my own. You know.
What do you think about all that stoning they used to do? They're into stoning people, children. They stone them. They don't listen to their parents.
See, I can tell that you've read the Bible, because the people that have read the Old Testament know how brutal it was in 1st and 2nd Kings, for example. And I could always tell the witnesses that had actually read the Bible, because if you've actually read the Old Testament, everybody says, "Oh, that's terrible." But the people that didn't have a "oh, that's terrible" response, I knew they hadn't read their Old Testament.
Oh, that's, like the governing body stopped reading Deuteronomy after chapter 19.
Yeah.
Because, Deuteronomy 19:15 is the 2 witness rule. You got to have 2 witnesses. But Deuteronomy 22 specifically says that a victim of a sexual assault does not need any other witnesses.
That's correct.
So apparently the governing body never got that far.
So is that the account that Angus Stewart mentioned when he quoted the scripture? Is that the one during the Australian Royal Commission?
Right.
Okay.
And then Mark Sanderson was like, "Yeah, but 19 says."
So anybody who's watching, you can Google Australian Royal Commission and look it up in case 29 and case 57. And that gives you what happened when they were examined, because all of the charities of Australia were questioned regarding how they handled CSA. And so every single charity, not just the Watchtower. So that was the first time they were questioned, was 29. And then the second time when they came back and was expected to have made some changes, that would be the 57. So if you can get the transcripts from there, and on YouTube you can also find it. So you can search Australian Royal Commission on YouTube and watch the videos of what they went through. It was an 8-day experience, and it's well worth it. Very well worth it.
I'm looking at the comments.
The shocking answer was when he said, when he was asked, "Do you think you're the only representatives of God on earth?" And he said it would be presumptuous to say that. They told us for years that they are the only.
He didn't deny it though, right? It was just, he never said yes or no. He just said, "Well, that would be presumptuous of us to say that."
And if you pay close attention, what he does is he does this circling thing that ends up making it sound like somebody else within the organization, like say any congregation member could be a representative of Jehovah as well, which is what we've been taught. But that's not the specific question that Angus was asking. Angus was asking if the governing body sees themselves as Jehovah's spokespersons. And what he did was, that would be presumptuous of us to think that only the governing body are spokespersons. Anybody else from, say, a congregation or like another JW could be a representative. That's what he did. He twisted it to say pretty much that. So it was still part of the teaching, but it was very deceptive in his answer.
That was really tricky the way he answered that.
I see a comment that's making me smile.
Yeah.
Mel Brooks, the 15 Commandments. Moses came down with 3 tablets and he dropped. I brought these 15 commandments. Then he drops when he goes 10. I brought these 10 commandments.
And that's from the movie. What is it called?
I think that's the history of the world.
Okay.
Mel Brooks, the history of the world. I grew up, on Mel Brooks movies. So that's, right up my alley.
I'm ready to see Life of Brian again. I was so upset when I first saw that movie, and I love Monty Python, so I'm ready to see Life.
You are all individuals. We are all individuals. You have the right to think for yourselves. We have the right to think for ourselves. Stop that. Stop that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, Monty
I
Python.
really like that the Canadians and the English people living in, England and all that, they really, in Australia, they really seem to take a stand against the witnesses sometimes. And same way it's going on now in like Sweden, and they're even getting, neutral countries picking a side on these guys.
Yeah, Norway.
But it's child abuse to deny a blood transfusion and to make your child go to a meeting. That's big.
That's huge.
Shunning child abuse and blood transfusions.
And
three big nails in the
they're saying that the world is going to start picking on them and harassing them and all stuff like that. But do they really want to start picking fights over these kind of things? Pedophiles and blood transfusions and, different things like that. Is that really where they want to go with all this? You know
what? Last week you asked me a question. After we watched a little bit of Marcus Vaughn's. Oh, hold on just a minute. Last week you asked me a question if I thought there was sex trafficking happening in Bethel. And I said, yes, I do. And later on when I looked in the chat, Linda Moulton, who I have the utmost respect for, she made a comment in the live chat that simply this hearing something is not, proof. And that's true. And that's what the video was talking about. Marcus Vaughn hearing something from a room. What I'm basing that on is not simply his testimony of what he experienced, but a whole, like all that I've ever read. So different stories altogether. So I just wanted to make that clear. Like the one that used to be on 6 Screens, I can't think of his name. He talked about how he was at Bethel. His parents were there. There's I can't think of his name. It's going to come to me later. And then another story about a female who was there with her parents, and they finally, the governing body gave her own room because her father was molesting her. But so I said I do think so, but it is my opinion only. So I just want to make that clear.
I actually mentioned that story in one of my videos.
Several cases in my lifetime where there were what we would call in a third world country child brides, where the bride was a minor and the groom was quite a bit older. I know of 2 cases.
Yeah, we had one of those in our congregation, where a ministerial servant was grooming a young girl till she got to be of marrying age. And I mean, like, her 18th birthday, was on a Thursday, and Saturday they got married.
Just a moment. Pete's still talking. Just a moment, hon.
Yeah. Yeah, this girl, she turned 18 on a Thursday, and Saturday they were married.
Oh, wow.
Yep. I hear you, Pete.
Do you remember any of those situations that are the opposite of that? When there was old women getting the young guys?
No, I
No.
don't.
No,
I
'cause I
ran
would have been
Older
the
women
young
in the
guy.
Watchtower marrying young men.
No, because I would have
No,
been the
not at all.
pioneers. They got old women. Yep.
I might have
There
to
was
try
a
that.
lot of that going on.
Oh, really? You've seen that?
That was a thing.
It would make more sense because there's a lot more older women than there are older guys.
Yeah, old widows.
Yeah. But my congregation, there was only one older chick that I kind of had a thing for, but that was an elder's wife.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, nothing came of that.
Then I stand corrected then. It was happening more often than I realized.
Yeah, I
Either.
I'll answer your question, Linda, about some of the stuff that you mentioned earlier. And I did a video on it, and it had to do with how Benjamin Netanyahu, the president of Israel, just proved our point. And I've been saying that we were lab rats of the New World Order. Well, the president of Israel said it on live television that he had put the whole country of Israel under guinea pigs with the vaccine. He said it like jokingly, like, yeah, we made our people guinea pigs. So there's a saying in politics, it's called leading from behind. And so there's people behind the scenes of Watchtower, call them shareholders or whatever, that will perpetuate the blood issue. They'll perpetuate the pedophile thing. So it's leading from behind. And that's a scary part, because a person like you and I, normal people will say, no, this guy's to stop right now. So it makes sense that somebody is leading Watchtower from behind. That's the political expression, where you don't know who I am. I'm not the president. I'm not anything, but I'm in control. But you'll never see me. I'm leading from behind. And I think Watchtower's blood policy, pedophile, and all this other stuff leads to that conspiracy theory that there's people leading from behind the Watchtower. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. It's Satan. It's Satan. It's the devil.
Gilbert's still talking.
Leading that ordinance.
Let Gilbert finish what he was saying.
I'm just saying that Anthony Morris or anybody goes on TV, he's not going to say, yeah, we're pro-pedophile. The normal human instinct is to reject these things. But somebody's leading Watchtower from behind. And then Gilbert let the cat out of the bag.
But Gilbert, you and I would not do it. You and I are decent.
Right.
We would not do it. But they
Right.
would. Anyone that's
Yes.
a narcissistic psychopath does not have the same brain that a normal,
Correct.
healthy, decent person has.
Yeah,
So it's almost impossible for us to see it, because you and I wouldn't do it, but they
Correct.
would.
Yeah, that's why they should bring back stoning. Get rid of those weirdos. Stone them.
Well, I had somebody come after my oldest daughter, and I put him back in prison. He was in prison before, and I didn't know this, but I got to find out. I did my homework on him. I sent somebody to his home in the middle of the night and threatened him to leave my daughter alone. And then he was taken to jail. He was taken to, I don't know if it was prison or jail, but it was a third strike situation.
Well,
I
you know what?
And it wasn't through the Watchtower. It was just because I didn't raise my kids.
If I'd ever heard a thing like that in my congregation, that guy would have been picking his teeth off the Kingdom Hall parking lot.
I could have used you to be that midnight. Yes.
That kind of stuff just doesn't go in the real world.
Right.
Set themselves up by getting people to confess things to them. They have all kinds of people just confess things to them. And I never wanted to be an elder because of this. I don't want to know everything that's going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So we know where there's a pedophile. We know where there's a thief. All the different kinds of bad criminal behaviors that people do. We know where they are.
And think about it. The latest Shepherd the Flock of God manual, which is the elder's guidebook on how to treat the flock, the congregation, does say that having kiddie porn or child pornography is okay, or that it's not like a disfellowshipping offense or something. This is against the law. You should not have any of that on your computer, on your devices of any kind at all. It's against the law. Why this book says it's okay in any form, shape, or whatever, that's dangerous. That only confirms our suspicions. Okay?
I like somebody in one of my videos had asked me a question about the governing body's view of homosexuality. So I did a little research on it.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found out is governing body has no problem with people who are homosexuals. You can be a homosexual.
Right.
You just can't practice homosexuality. So if you're a celibate homosexual, you're all right.
That's correct. Isn't that fascinating with equal rights?
I believe Jewish people are the same as that.
Oh, I missed what you said. What did you say?
I believe that the Jewish faith is the same as that.
Okay.
That you can, it's a sin to practice being a homosexual, but if you are one and you don't practice, that's fine.
Hmm.
Yeah, so where the witnesses get real weird and all in your bedroom and your sexual practices with your wife is you're not even supposed to commit homosexual acts.
That's right. It's the act.
Your own wife.
Which is called sodomy.
One of the things, you can't lick each other or kiss each other in certain places. That gets way too far.
Right. The Watchtower associates that with homosexual acts.
Yeah. The way it was explained to me.
That's why they're not doing their yearly Bible study.
Yes. Any type of sexual act that cannot result in reproduction was forbidden.
That's right. And see, that is so old school. That's like
Catholicism. Do you remember that? Do you remember that talk? Do you all remember that talk they used to give in the Kingdom Hall back in the 80s and 90s? And yeah, I had one brother, when he started that talk, he said, we're going to talk about sex in the Kingdom Hall. You know, where I learned about sex was in the Kingdom Hall.
Wow.
What's a homosexual?
That was after my time.
What are they talking about? I got introduced to it real young.
I don't recall that talk, but I believe you.
In a way, it was kind of a good thing. My father taught me, don't ever let anyone touch you. So, and I understood about sexual habits at a real young age. And, I think that's kind of a good thing in a way, but, I don't think most people should learn about it that young. I think they should have little rooms off to the side, where they teach the little kids, about Noah and Adam and Eve, and kind of a little Sunday school kind of thing. But sometimes they used to get pretty graphic
Mm-hmm.
It dawned on me.
about some of that stuff, and then I'd be on the, I'd have to ask my mom and dad, what are they talking about? And they'd have to explain all that stuff to me.
It dawned on me now that I'm of retirement age and I can sit and process with you all for a year what my life was like at an earlier time. I used to say, why don't they have a Sunday school like my Baptist neighbor? She gets to color in Sunday school and learn about the prophets, and it's fun. At the age I am now, with what we know about the crimes that this organization in New York has committed, I think that's why they don't have a Sunday school.
Yes.
I think in a way, rather than educating the children properly, in a strange, twisted way that my brain can't quite get around, I think they are, is the word grooming them? With some of these adult talks from the podium where the children are present.
Yes.
Is that a stretch or am I on it?
No, I hear what you're saying.
I don't think they're grooming anybody any more than the rest of society.
Oh, I do.
All of society
I should write my book.
is grooming children.
You just told me you heard
I just really don't think they're that good at it. I mean, they're already getting caught.
There's a comment here.
They did some other organizations.
Okay, let's
There's a
let Pete talk.
comment. I think it's Gilbert. If homosexual acts are bad, what about the terminated 2030? According to the Shepherd,
a lot of the
Pete is talking. Let's let him finish talking. Excuse me.
according
Hello,
to
guys.
the,
Let's let Pete talk.
Really,
Pete
two
is
different
talking.
things in the medical.
love,
Well, yes,
Pixie and No Name. Pixie and No Name. Pete is talking. Let's let him finish talking, please.
okay, now in this about this comment asking about the terminated 230 volt. According to the Shepherd the Flock of God book, masturbation is all good.
What?
There are no disciplinary actions for masturbation. So I think the terminated 230 volt would be allowed.
What?
Okay, look at the comment section.
No, I mean, what about it's okay? In the book, it says it's okay?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What about? I did see the comment.
Yeah, no, masturbation is not a punishable offense.
But I've heard that Watchtower literature says that'll make you a homosexual. And then when young boys go to the elders, they get like a calendar where they're supposed to
absolutely.
X off times,
Absolutely.
when they make that.
It's something that they discourage, but it's not against the rules.
Yeah. Oh, they call it self-abuse.
It's the ultimate in gaslighting.
Okay.
It's something that they're going to make you feel guilty about doing, but it is not a sin.
Really?
Yeah.
Self-abuse, not a sin. I like that. Okay, good.
Well, they don't want you having more fun than they are.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Thank you guys for letting Pete finish that off.
Okay, you go back.
So I did not raise my kids in the organization, but in my mind, I needed to explain things, especially to my daughters, before their periods started. To me, that was being responsible. And I did it really like just drawing pictures, and this is this and that's that, just explaining the indoor plumbing and what that time of the month actually is. It's a shedding of the inner uterus and why the uterus makes this time, so that someday when they do become pregnant, it gathers up for the pregnancy. And so I did talk to them.
I'm glad I had boys. I didn't have to deal with any of that.
Well, with my son, and see, I really wanted to make the situation and the talk of that to not be something to be kept a secret like I had to, and I didn't want any kind of shame to be associated with it. So it's I maybe I went overboard in the okay zone, but to me,
Yeah. My mother brought me to the pediatrician, and he gave me a book.
oh God, okay. And I had condoms there for my son. So to me, it was like I explain these things to my kids. These are things to do for and for my daughters. That's what I chose to do. But I really just didn't want it associated with shame. But I also didn't want it to be just considered as anytime you want to start, you can. And this, I presented it as something of value and to wait for, and that kind of stuff.
If I had a daughter,
Good. I think that's
and it
good.
came time for that talk,
You can go out
I
and get
think I would have just brought her to like any big box department store and park the car near the loading dock just so she could watch people trying to put like a 75-inch television into a 60-inch car. And so that's what men are like.
I'd rather have my kid jerking off in the room next to me than getting somebody pregnant and ruining their whole life.
That's an interesting concept, but I do understand what you mean, I think.
I think I'd rather have him in another part of the house.
Maybe his own room, yeah. And to present it as like this is something you do in private.
Yeah. I must have done something right because my kids are both in their 30s, and I have no grandchildren so far. So I'm very proud of that.
Right on.
I want no grandchildren.
The first time I saw a male, was like I was in high school and took a class, and it was a male with a disease, and I was just like horrified. It's like, oh my God. I think it scarred me.
That's terrible. No, the first time I saw a male,
Yeah, you gotta
other than myself, was when I was at the swimming pool getting
Hold up
baptized.
again. Hold up. Pete's still talking.
Yeah. The first time I saw a naked adult male was when I was getting baptized.
Getting baptized?
The swimming pool getting baptized, yeah. It's like all these guys start stripping down, getting in their bathing suits, and I was like,
wow.
I wasn't expecting that.
They had their T-shirts and swim trunks on, right?
Yeah, T-shirts and swim trunks.
I'd like to bring up a point that you all might be interested in. I guess you guys know who Greg Stafford is, right, on YouTube? You know him, Apostle Babe?
Greg Stafford? I'm not sure.
He I heard about him years ago. I never talked to him, but he's got a YouTube channel. I think he's out in California. He's a former Watchtower apologist. Very knowledgeable guy. His specialty is the Unitarian position versus the Trinitarian, and he's debated James White, which I've never watched that debate. I've got him on my YouTube list, and just out of laziness or whatever, I probably haven't watched an hour total, but he's got a lot of videos on. But one come up on, because he's on my watch list, his latest video come up.
Did you say Greg Stafford?
Yeah. Yeah, he's really, really good. I just can't I'm not much interested in the Trinity debate anymore.
Right.
But he talks about other things as well. I think today, this morning, was his. I think it was live, and it was up on my, because he's on my YouTube list. So his latest video, which would have been, I guess today, live, was on today. But he got in. Somebody in his group had asked him over the computer a question about polygamy. And of course, all of us know a little bit about it. And in the New Testament, it's obvious that there's one statement made is that an overseer has to have one wife. Now, Greg surprised me a little bit what he did with that an overseer must have one wife. The way he reasoned on it was the following. He said, I consider myself an overseer because I have this YouTube channel, and he's very, very smart, got a lot of knowledge. So he considers himself an overseer, and he's got one wife. He said, if I decided to have another wife in my house, he said I would step down as an overseer. I would get off YouTube. So this is the way his brain reasoned. Therefore, in a very technical way, he explained that there's no hard, cold rule in the New Testament that a man could not have more than one wife unless you're an overseer. Now, what I would have asked him, I would have said, okay, I got you. Now, let's just picture the first century church. There's elders there, overseer, or whatever, and they only are allowed one wife. Let's just picture that.
Mm-hmm.
Does it seem logical that the other men in the church, does it seem logical that they could have more than one wife?
It does, since they're in the Middle Eastern culture. Yes.
Yeah, well, it could be. Now, I didn't draw that conclusion. The conclusion I drew was that, of course, I don't want to go through all of it, but we know the original intent with Adam and Eve was one wife originally. And they will become one flesh. So we know that. And that's repeated by Jesus. And then we have the direct statement about overseers having one wife. So my brain tells me, okay, we're in the New Testament now. I don't think that God would approve of me having 10 wives in my house. And
people in the Old Testament did, though.
I know that. Yeah, I know. So let's just imagine I had 10 wives in my house. Let's just imagine that. And I'm a Christian.
Let's say you have 2.
Okay, let's say I have 2. And I'm a Christian. Today, right here today. Let's say that I have sex with one on Monday, one on Tuesday, and on Wednesday we have a threesome. Okay. Now, in my way of thinking, that just don't sound right. I mean, I can't pinpoint a scripture other than just using logic, and my logic may be off. Because what Greg Stafford's doing is being very, very technical. And then that's what we want to be technical. We want to be, and try to stay away from your imagination. But
it doesn't work for me either.
Yeah.
But I can look at the culture of the Middle East, and I can even look at the culture of America today with so much divorce. And if the gentleman is paying for his children from both marriages, he's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So we have serial polygamy in a way in America, but they're leaving out the first wife. The witnesses are telling missionaries in Africa, if you have more than one wife, to ditch one and throw her to the curb, which is not caring for your wives and children. worked for me, but when you look at the bigger picture, I think your preacher on TV is right.
You might be right, Pixie. I'll have to think about it more. But
I think it's illegal in some places. So
What do you think about Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah? And then after all that, Jehovah destroyed everybody because of that. And yet, you know, they went in that cave, and then, you know, the girls had sex with their dad because they thought it was Armageddon, and that the end of the world was here, and they had to keep the human race going or something. I don't know what they were thinking.
It's a shocking story, and I've even heard witnesses that
It sounds just as perverted as the place they left.
Yes.
yeah,
the thing is Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because of inhospitality, being non-hospitable, and so.
I don't believe that.
What do you think about what do you think about?
Let me hear what Pixie is saying real quick, okay? Let me hear what Pixie was saying.
There's supposedly only these.
Can you, Pixie started asking a question. I would like you to let me hear what Pixie's saying right now, okay?
Having sex with his daughter.
Okay, I do want to talk about that, but I want to talk with Pixie and hear what she's asking me.
I'm right there with you. I don't think that they were the only people on Earth. I think Cain went out there.
I have no control over the sound system, so when they don't hear me, they don't hear me.
I think somebody's trying to get in there. You know, somebody's trying to talk there.
I'm wanting to hear Pixie ask me again or make your statement again.
I had a triple echo. I couldn't even.
Yeah, somebody's echoing real bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my phone. I'm going to mute my phone. Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm going to listen on the TV.
Okay.
Right.
I don't have control of the. You know how when Rick says he's at the control panel, I'm not at the control panel. I don't have control over muting anybody. I just have to request that they let somebody finish talking or whatever.
I have to say one thing, like, you know, talking about polygamy.
Yes.
Polygamy has been something that never, ever made sense to me and was something that I would never be interested in. And it has nothing to do with religion or spirituality or the Bible. It's just like, you know, like the example was having 6 wives. Well, with 6 wives come 6 mother-in-laws. No, thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, polygamy just makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, it's bad enough when your wife is, like, jealous of you just looking at, like, a waitress. You know, and now you got 5 others in the house. No. No, sorry.
See, that's interesting. You said 5 others in the house, and the fundamental LDS actually has a home for the husband, and the wives each have their own home or trailer, and they have their kids that they raise in each one. So the way I've seen it set up is it's not in their house, you know.
Oh, well, that's good.
No.
So you've got 6 single moms.
That's what it's like. But, you know, I'm just saying what I've observed.
Something really interesting that I find, and I practice it. Jesus never told people who you can and can't marry, like the Apostle Paul. And this is great advice, you know, put the religious thing aside. Jesus understood that, hey, you're going to have to sleep with this woman. You're going to have to sleep with this man. So it's your decision. You got out of it. Marriage is so beautiful in that God gave each one of us the right to make our own decisions. the moment you, and Pete kind of talked about it with the 5, you know, he's right. But the moment you start getting involved and telling people like religions who you can and can't marry, that brings on a world of hurt. Look at all of the horror stories on YouTube about people that were in love as Jehovah's Witnesses, but they couldn't get married. Why? Because somebody had to interject their opinion. So I really find it interesting that the Apostle Paul is wrong on this one. Jesus was right. He let you make your own decision. And I think when it comes to marriage, I'm not on an individual basis. I'm not talking, you know, marrying 5 or 10 people. I'm just saying, when someone's going to get married, I back the hell off. It is none of my damn business, because I know the damage I can cause if I put in my 2 cents.
I hear you, and when you think about the way it is in the organization is, okay, if you're dating, you have to get a chaperone for each and every time you get together with your quote unquote fiance, and you can't have a fiance unless you expect to marry them, or no, you can't even date unless you expect to marry them. But the whole purpose of dating is to decide whether you do want to stay with them. You know, it locks you in, and then the you can only date a Jehovah's Witness as far as the organization is concerned. Otherwise, you're unevenly yoked. And if you marry somebody outside of the organization, I don't think this is the case with every case, but I have heard of cases where people do get disfellowship for marrying someone who is not a Jehovah's Witness. So there's a time.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
There's somebody in the chat that's saying some very bad things, Linda.
Are you talking about YouTube chat?
Yeah. I said because you have pronouns by your name, you're a pedophile.
You know, I saw that earlier, but I didn't get that it was saying I was a pedophile.
Yeah, no, this guy, Andrew King, I'll call him out. He's being a real fucking jerk.
Oh,
shooting off his mouth, and he has nothing to back it up. I don't know. He's calling you a pedophile, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So he's obviously not paying attention.
Yeah.
Hello?
Just another ignorant fuckhead.
Thank you, Debbie, for letting me know this. I'm hearing somebody else. Yes?
Oh, hello. I was just toggling mute. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
This is Angela.
Hi, Angela.
I'm calling in because I understand that there's a problem with that. For the person who just observed that and the second person who was also saying that they saw it, there would be a ... button. Could you please click on that and report that? There'll be a categorization and just select the right categorization and Google will take care of it to make sure.
Yeah, I've done that before. That's right. I have done that, especially like with those people that leave a comment about going.
Yeah.
For adult.
Reported that is hate speech.
Yeah.
And it's wrong. There's libel and there's slander. So if you don't mind, please report that. There's a ... button. In each
May I ask you to do that with that particular comment? May I give that?
Yeah, I've already flagged a couple of his comments.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one thing to have a disagreement about policies and things like that, but I'm not going to sit here and tolerate some ignorant fuck who's attacking a person, especially when his viewpoint is totally freaking wrong. Such ignorance should not be given, a place to talk. He should just be banned.
Well, tonight, heavy language. My dad died 40 years ago tonight, so I just kicked a man out of my home at 3 a.m. with another guy who's famous because they weren't able to respect my boundaries. One is great, but the other one not. So I'm like zero tolerance. I would really like to be able to hang. But it doesn't seem like, I don't know, is this the night that I can hang? Are we able to like go without language? He was
Oh yeah, not a problem.
no. Cool, because I don't want to get kicked out of another place. And I mean, I was screaming loud, and I have a feeling some people know I can scream loud, so I don't have a
Yeah,
voice.
no, it's just when I see ignorance like that, that's my trigger. You know?
What's the topic tonight?
It's been flowing.
Yeah,
I think boundaries. What did you say, Pete?
It's been all over the place.
Yeah, it has. Boundaries would be a good thing to talk about next.
Well, I actually was wondering if people, well, has anybody heard about the protest yet?
Heard about what?
The protest or the meetup group?
Okay, yeah. I think some of them have. There's
Halloween down at the White House.
Halloween at the White House.
No,
Yes.
no. That's very dangerous.
I
hope
think so too.
God bless whoever shows up. But I'm sorry. No, this is April 8th. Is anyone near Florida or has the ability to travel?
So is that there is going to be one on April 8th in Florida?
Yes.
Can you give us the details, please?
Sure, thank you. I didn't know if anyone knew, and sorry, haven't been able to call in a while. Miss y'all. Love you. So April 8th in Arcadia, Florida. It happens to be a perfectly chosen location by a friend we'll call Guy. He calls in all the time, or used to. It's been busy lately.
Yes.
And we asked for some friends to do a protest. Arcadia happens to be perfectly chosen because not only is he a local to that and, from his own history, but it's also a community that's not only wealthy, but interested in protesting. And so basically we want a very small one because it should be a template for our blueprint, just like everybody can copy the same thing that we're doing there. So we just wanted to be kind of, discreet, I guess. But meanwhile, there's this other thing that's the complete opposite, not the least bit discreet. So you can go to Meetup, that's an app, in that website. And if you go to Warwick, and we have to tell anybody who wants to, it's not a demand or command, of course, it's a request if anybody's interested, like a party kind of thing. So on Meetup, you go to Warwick, New York, and you put in Jehovah, and you'll find the Meetup group. That's where you'll also find the event for Arcadia. The first one there will be the second member. But maybe somebody else has already joined. I'm number one, I created it. But so basically that's to do the request for that person that y'all know as Guy, and we know as Guy now. Mm-hmm. And it's supposed to maybe be helping with slogans and stuff. And so that's kind of what I was wondering if we could briefly talk about to see, since it's coming up super fast.
Sure.
It always gets in the way. So, yeah.
Sure.
And there's a map also, but that's kind of maybe later. Yeah. What do y'all think?
Can you say the site again that we would go to find out about it?
Oh, that's a very good point. There should be a site.
I'm sorry. I thought you said to go to a certain place. What? I missed it.
You're right. Thanks, Linda. Meetup.com. MEetup.com. And then go to Warwick, New York as a location and search for Jehovah. Then you'll find everything. And basically
go to Warwick and then search where? What was that other word you said? Search. Jehovah. Okay.
That God that is not God, but he's still God.
Okay.
Crush the God. Anyway, so Jehovah is in Warwick, New York, and so you look there, and so everybody can go to the Warwick, New York to find the worldwide one, so that we all have a communication system. And then everybody else, that everybody that does want to should also join their local one or start their local one. It's like a viral thing, like a network, like an internet. It's something I used to do sometimes. I get bored. Sorry, shut up, Google. Okay, stop, Google. Sorry.
You're badass.
So.
That was badass. Yes. I'm sorry if it's the language, but I'm impressed.
No, Just can't wait for you to get over here, girl. And I haven't even missed you yet. But man, I miss you. You mind if you give me a cigarette? I have not a single one, and I kicked out the guys. Whoops.
Oh my goodness.
Anybody else on? Hi, I'm Ann. I'm running for president. Anyone heard yet?
I'm going to look for Meetup right now.
Oh,
Okay, good. Thank you. So anyways, I was hoping we could talk topics one day, but everything seems to be going rather fast. So I'll just, while you're looking at Meetup, and then you can pick up after I breathe for a moment. Thank you. So hey, y'all. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I screamed today twice, actually. First was a silent protest, but it wasn't exactly silent. I wasn't speaking. I was driving around Charlotte. There had to be a lot of big buildings. They used to work downtown at slave trade. You know, where the slave trade happens, at Trade and Tryon. You know, where they used to sell slaves. So anyways, I didn't work there then. But hey, Grandpa Baxley, the adopted one, not only are they in the Watchtower DVD-ROM, you know, just look up Baxley, he got tarred and feathered. Can you imagine being tarred and feathered?
Yeah, that's insane.
There's a long history. But, you know, I don't like the thing with the whole two witness world. So when I was a kid and I got raped and I was already married, because you know how we have that whole thing with not having sex before marriage? I was married, yeah. Whatever. Everybody else was too. It's the whole thing, right? It's called a culture. Sure. It would be cult.
Slow down just a little bit, because I do hear you, but you're going a bit fast. So keep going.
Our story is we're ending this organization. The Watchtower is competing, or if not, the largest private real estate development corporation on the planet. They own every single Kingdom Hall. I don't understand why people don't understand. $2 billion property, da 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 da. And so basically, I have a few opinions, but the shorthand of it is I have a great resume, can compete with anyone who wants to talk about what Trump values, and then we can just see, hey, we'll see, isn't my resume just as good as that guy that you admire? That I call liar, the world's actual, literal largest liar in world history as far as someone tracking it ever. And running for president, not the first time, it's the second.
Who are you saying is a liar?
Because I mean, my friends were wrong. Trump.
Oh, okay.
Trump. Trump is the world's most known liar ever. Because he's tracking lies. It's interesting, isn't it? Also, I don't like Jehovah. And we all agree on that one. So I just like the fact that we're Jehovah's Witnesses. We're just happening to witness against him. It's all kind of intertwined. I'm very independent. I'm neither blue nor red. I'm purple. You know, I'm getting spanked in the back of the Kingdom Hall. And when I got raped, they said, sorry, you don't have any witnesses. We decided you're an adulteress instead.
Yeah, that'll happen. And it's really horrible that it does.
Excuse me. How, though? What happened to the two witness rule? Why doesn't it apply to them? Why don't they need witnesses to call me an adulteress?
Yeah.
Anyways, don't really want to talk politics, but I'm running for president. That's that. If you want to go to the website, angelaglass2024.org, hey, I'm a Jacob. You know, the X kind.
The X kind. So I just opened up Meetup. Remind me what I'm supposed to do. Look for first. I'm on the search bar.
Really means the bottom one. Yes,
what?
So a location and a keyword. The first one would be keyword Jehovah. Second box is the location. And so it kind of works like Yelp when you search for restaurants and then your current location or the city you're heading to.
Okay, so I need to change the location. I need to change the location to where?
Warwick. W-A-R, single word, W-I-C-K, comma, N-Y. You know, they were one of the top private revenue collecting companies in New York City on a very short list, so they fled to Warwick. Like I said, come on, baby, light my fire. I was singing tonight with a friend, you know, the band. They all agree Willie Nelson can drive them up at bus.
Willie Nelson has an amazing
historical
voice.
Event.
I'm sorry for talking.
Historical event. It's the first time a presidential candidate has ever been on our show.
Oh, that's not true. I just don't sound like me.
I haven't been here in a few months.
I was here at Thanksgiving and maybe 2 more.
Yeah, no, I haven't been on since September.
Well, thank you. This has been a nice space, but I wasn't quite appropriate. It was more like, well, it's the same thing as screaming at the Jehovah's Witnesses downtown. That's what the point was. Sorry, I forgot to protest. So when I see the JW.org sign, I go a little bit berserk because I was having such a good day, and it's a bad day, but a good day. Thinking about my daddy, 40 years dead. I was only 3, so I'm only 43. So, when you see the JW.org, and I was just like, one of the funny things laugh if you think it's funny. I was like, trying to fellowship me for a third time. But already screamed out, my name is Angela Glass. Y'all used to spank me. I know you exactly where I'm from. West, Charlotte West. Y'all used to spank me in that Kingdom Hall. And, that's for my car. Anyways, and I didn't lose my voice. It's because I screamed the guy out just a few minutes ago.
Is this under events or groups?
It's under events, under groups. And then under the group, when you find it, join it. And then there's only one event right now. That one. And so Arcadia, Florida, we want it to be very small because the person is concerned for being too big. And also it's just a small town, so we don't want to overwhelm. I will be calling the authorities, meeting the police and other local folks, and letting them know this is not a joke. I don't think we think it's funny and it's not a joke. But anyways, I'm not joking. Therefore, there was already a joke involved, and I say I'm not joking. Not a joke. Hey, there's a joke. It's making me wrong. I'm sorry. I meant the door. The point being the 2-witness rule again. So, I'm going to go directly to the authorities. And by the way, I used to work on a case for the Department of Justice, United States Marshal Service. I had a website. I still do. It's called findreddit.com. It's not like I have to hide anymore. He's dead. So anyways, that was a long play. I used to say, I didn't know what a catfish was. But I said yes. I'm qualified is all I'm saying. I'm annoyed, but in a good way. We need to take out this organization. And I came from the Catholic Church. They raped me first. My babysitter at the Kingdom Hall was Travis Foote. You can look him up. Murderer, pedophile, incestuous, and rapist. And Jehovah's Witnesses, of course. And then don't forget Frederick McLean, America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
I had a lot of fun while I wasn't around Jehovah's Witnesses, but it had to do with Jehovah's Witnesses. Isn't it interesting? But now I'm back. Now all the Jehovah's Witnesses, one way or another. Everybody needs to know some stuff. I have a lot of resume and a bunch of CEOs and I'm threatening people on LinkedIn. Y'all should go look at it.
I'm not able to find this on my meetup thing because I think I don't have the how many miles or whatever, so I'm going to look it up later.
Okay. And then I should go to bed to get dreamy, I guess, unless there's any questions. It's 3:45, but I don't want to because it is that kind of a night.
Oh, it is that kind of a night. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you want to talk about this, or do we want to talk about Patrice and BLM? Because I'm thinking about my coffee while I stare at it.
Coffee sounds good.
Talk about. Huh?
I said coffee sounds good.
Coffee? So BLM?
No, did you say you were staring at your coffee? Is that what I heard you say?
I don't have any. No,
I'm
in an empty apartment that has nothing in it still, and there are complete plumbing issues and whatever. It's actually not to be inhabited. But I meant, did you all know that the Black Lives Matter co-founder, Patrice, who was a Jehovah's Witness, that she shunned like us, and the rest of her family are Jehovah's Witnesses. My coffee shop in Venice Beach, where I just, like at COVID, I left. And anyways, he just got shot in January. I'm now in Carolina, have left, and killed, or not shot, I keep saying shot, I'm so sorry. He died by being shot by a, what is the Zapper thingy, Linda?
Stun gun.
With a heart?
Stun gun.
Stun gun. He was stun gunned to death. Or rather,
that's her cousin?
COVID, for example, and COVID and the vaccination have weakened everybody's heart. So now the standard should be lowered. If we're going to still, try to kill people just barely and not entirely with a stun gun, then we need to lower that ampage. But that's how he died. And so anyways, it's really kind of tragic. But she's an ex-JW, and she really did a great job organizing. So, you know, one way or another, whether people like it or not, because they're like Trump fans and then non-Trump fans. So whoever's for us or against us, whatever, you know who I'm with, not Jehovah. So, hello, God. So, in any case, I'm asking her to work with the rising American electorate, which is people of color, the youth, and single women. And that just means hooking up the university networks and saying, like, we're tired of the way that things have been done. We don't need to be arguing anymore, like #unity. So, Black Lives Matter.
I like coffee and donuts. I was the guy that got an approval from Rick today or yesterday, whenever it was. I brought up the secret word. And I thought that was pretty cool. You know, and I'm out on my way to coffee and donuts right now, too. And it's early where I'm at. And all this shit keeps me worked up. So bad. It takes me a couple days to wind down from getting, you know, I've spent 20 years trying to forget this stuff.
Let me tell you something. I'll tell you something. I'll give you nightmares. My daddy died 40 years ago. My mom said only a couple, you know, my daddy died, right? And so my mom tells me that she is glad he died. The thing is he was an artist. He even painted paradise with me in it, and the Jehovah's Witnesses burned it, ironic, whatever. You think about demons. So I believe in demons too, but you don't burn paradise. So my daddy, my mom says, was better off dead because he'd never make it to paradise. What's the catch? Do you remember? Because you're going for coffee and stuff. And remember, I don't have any, and I'm an orphan complaining about running for president because nobody else can do this job. Right?
Wasn't it because your mother said he was smoking pot?
Yes. He was off dead. So I'm an orphan at 3.5 years old, and my mother still has issues. She had an herb store called Purely Herbs in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's how I learned computers, because I had access to a computer because she ran a business. So Panthers, you know, the Charlotte Panthers, the Charlotte Hornets, all those teams, they would come to us for help, for holistic help. And we kept the sports going. But my mom has a problem with 2 herbs, weed and tobacco. That was a joke, cannabis. Anyway, I'm a little upset. But thank you, sir. I hope you have a good coffee. I wish I had some, but it's, you know, almost 4 o'clock in the morning in Carolina. I'm no longer in California, and I'm a little upset about being not so mobile and how much it is that I risk getting COVID just by trying to run for president in a way that feels like normal. And by the way, most people in North Carolina aren't actually vaccinated. There's more long COVID in North Carolina than most any state in the United States. I am putting myself at great risk, and I just shouted somebody out of my home. Like, just if you don't mind, if you can remember, we used to not curse. And I can curse like a sailor. Trust me. Right, Linda?
Yes.
So, if you don't mind, you want to talk about my dead daddy and my mom's problems with paradise? Or nobody getting to heaven, how they're explaining how whatever? I don't know, just something that's a little bit more towards the topic of why I call in. I don't need random conversations that go back to the bar, except it's 3:50 a.m., so everything's closed.
Well, let's talk about your dad for a little bit. What do you know about him, or what do you remember about him?
He was an artist. For example, at 15 years old, because he was being raped by his brother, because, you know, the whole Catholic Church, he hitchhikes across the United States because there's 15 kids. They're Catholic. You know, so grandma is like Lady Madonna, and she's actually Madonna. And we're talking like awesome Monty Python with every fur secret. Got it?
Dad grew up a Catholic. All those brothers and sisters, and his brother was raping him as he was growing up. Okay.
He was raping all of them. It turns
and
out.
He was an artist?
All of them. So Daddy was an artist, yeah. So he goes to escape to get away from that for the summer vacation, which is typical. So he goes on this road trip. But the movies exist. And
how did he meet your mother?
It,
Angela, how did he meet your mother?
High school. She was dating his brother. She dated 2 brothers before him. But he goes on a road trip, ends up in Dane, Wisconsin with Father Al. That guy is responsible for the Boston Globe Spotlight expose of the Catholic Church. That is my Father Al, because Daddy used to call him Father Al, which is ironic. We don't call anyone else father, but he wasn't Jehovah's Witness yet. He carried on to California, ended up in the Moonies, escaped, as they call it. I learned about that cult through my aunt, but he's dead, so I don't get to hang out with him. And then
okay, hold up. And then your dad joined the Moonies in California.
That was
Right? Did I get that right?
You join. You get okay. Google stop. You don't join. They pick you up on a like from the hate and
They recruited him.
Where you're going, music. Not even recruiting. You're talking about back in that day. You just have a bus and whatever it is that they were using to woo, and you wanted to go to this cool place. That was what Kelly was all about at that point. It was all this like New Age plus a Christian revival thing going on about the same time. It's very interesting. The Mama Papas and stuff. Just go back and listen to all the music. For example, Bob Dylan learned Christianity from Joan Baez. I need to disconnect this. But yeah, so Daddy was out there for summer of '69 when he was 15 years old, and he came back and told him all about everything, but he had to escape. And there's a guy that he escaped with, and he's still friends with my family to this day because Dad said if you're ever in Fort Wayne, stop by the Niblick house. So that was kind of cool. And then yada yada. Daddy didn't meet Mom until high school, and then I was born before she gets out of high school. She graduates early, and he's dead when she's 21, and she's 18 and he's 23. She's 21 and he's 23. Yeah, when she's 23. She was 21. I'm 3.5. My sister's 1, and she's pregnant.
How long was he associating or hanging out with the Moonies? Do you know?
Oh, I don't actually know. I have to call and ask the dude. He's writing a book. He was writing it already, I guess. Because, the stuff that's, like, for example, Father Owl got Illuminati killed. It's the most unsolved case, and that keyword is usually that word, like, used. So basically, if people believe in conspiracy theories, then they'll love this case. But meanwhile, it's not a conspiracy theory. They had a cast mutilation and stuff. It's, it's out there, but you Google it, you'll probably, like, find my site, or the podcast is the best source. Not my podcast, though. Not one. But Father Owl. And so it's just like a convergence of pedophile junk. Oh, and also, if anyone's interested, because you mentioned Halloween, that protest, my cousin died in his sleep on Halloween. I'll get back to that one day if anyone wants to hear and interested. I have an interesting story that I think I hope. In any case, back to, I almost forgot, back to Halloween. Linda, I'm sorry, I forgot. I looked at the clock.
Your dad sounds really cool.
He does.
Thank you. He was an artist.
Yeah, it's kind of a fight against the witnesses to be artistic.
Mm-hmm.
To paint or draw or do anything artistic, write poetry or anything like that. They really discourage that. And it sounds like your dad kind of fought against that, and sounded like he was a cool dude, man.
Well, actually, that's so not my story at all, so I hope no one remembers it that way. Thank you. So he actually was very creative, and then that's why Mom was worried about him not making it to Paradise. Remember, he used to smoke pot when he got home from work, and he was a janitor at Lincoln Life. It's like an insurance and whatever company in Fort Wayne. And so when he died, luckily back then, janitors, for example, would still work for the company. So they were still kind of part of the family and taken care of, unlike how things are structured today, where that person would have no pay and couldn't get by them, etc. And so Mom had we had an insurance plan so we could survive as a widow child and whatever. But Mom donated all to the Watchtower alone or whatever. But Daddy was very artistic. And the thing is sorry, I forgot the trail again. But yeah, no, very artistic.
Keep going. You're talking about your cool dad, man.
Did you say you don't want him to be known for being artistic?
No.
That's not the story, or did I hear you wrong?
Well, I wanted to correct that he didn't stop being artistic, and I don't, imagine that Jada has to, but I don't want to disagree because things get worse and worse. But then back to things produced, saying cool dad and talking about him. There's a video. He was making that. I remember what we were talking about. He made a silent film and then he died because he was finished, so it's silent. And so friends of mine, one friend, he also is an ex-Jada, Justin Herzl. And so on YouTube, you can find Justin Herzl, the Tangled Web. Tangled, I guess I'll find it and put it on chat in a second when I finish the story. But so basically, Dad makes a video that's black and white, has footage of like, it's just all I've got. and thank God it survived, and then now it's digitally preserved on YouTube. So it's all I've got of like family history. But then you run into the kid that you knew when you're 15. Like, you guys want to hear a scandalous story that I guess I'm allowed to tell, because I'll leave, I guess, not too much detail in, so I'm not telling someone else's story. So
It's still about you. Is it still about your dad?
Yes. So basically, my friend Justin Herzl, basically gets overdose, but I don't actually know when he exited. He's just actually started bleeding and got again, which is cool. He told me the other day. When I lived here before and had to flee back to California, he did, which is 2013. So Justin spontaneously makes lyrics. He says he wakes up at night and then writes them down, and then you can go back to sleep or whatever. And then you can do all of it. He sings, he makes the music, he does all the production. He even made his own video, or was going to. And then I was like, dude, wait, this song is epic. We're catching up as like 15-year-olds now grown up. I'm 43. I'm sorry, I sound very young. It's confusing. I look very young too. I could be a secret agent and get away with it. So the main story is now we do a mashup. And so I take then, what do you call it? A short, or like a short video, like a short movie that my friends that are designer from Seattle, but ended up moving back home to New York. And he's really cool at improv. And so it's called Forever Is Not So Long.
Forever Is Not So Long.
Immediately. Yeah. And so I mashed that. I gave it to Justin. He mashed my dad's videos, which is very Darth Vader, Star Wars. He's wearing like a Darth Vader. He died wearing a Darth Vader helmet. Motorcycle helmet, Darth Vader helmet.
He died what? He died wearing? I missed that.
Yeah. My mom said my dad died faithful. At the time, on his motorcycle, when he died, he was wearing his helmet, which is Darth Vader.
Okay.
He died wearing his Darth Vader motorcycle helmet when he died on his motorcycle 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Flowers, yeah. So anyway, so it all got mashed together, and it's basically about the end of the world as we know it. And it's super cool because now you had an atheist and a believer, ex-Jada, as 15-year-old, pals reconnecting after all those years of being nobody allowed to hang out and stuff, and make a super cool video. And then it, goes into this whole weirdo thing that I'm running for president. But, hey, I'm not even allowed to vote, right? I called in on that voting one. I guess everybody else knew that we were allowed to vote but me, I guess.
Well, in the Watchtower.
I was in the same congregation with your dad. I would have been friends with him.
Yeah, I hear that as a compliment. Your dad sounds like an amazing man.
Yeah, it's a compliment. Yeah.
And I actually, what I'm really hearing is that your heart is hurting on this anniversary. And my heart goes out to you. Rituals are very comforting. And I know rituals sound almost pagan, but rituals are just something that that people go through to honor, sometimes to honor a loved one that has passed, or to remember a story that they don't want to lose generations, through. And I think that it sometimes can be very comforting if you come up with a ritual that can be similar or even change along the way, that to use as something to honor him, to honor your father, to keep his memory alive within you.
Hello, I just called back in. Hello, can anyone hear me now? I think I was dropped or something because I was talking and I was trying to say, I'm sorry, I'm angry now. I was trying to say that I'm happy. I'm going to see my dad very soon. But you have a different story, and I know it was interrupted. I have zero tolerance lately.
I don't know how you got disconnected, Angela. I thought I was talking to you.
Because you interrupted me. Yeah, you interrupted me when I told my answer, and you needed to verify. I'm a happy...
What was the last thing you heard? What was the last thing you heard?
Her me, and me sitting there interrupting her and interrupting her and acting as if I don't know, and her ignoring and ignoring and her saying about mystic and ritual.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you there. I had a time that I couldn't hear you. So I was talking as though
Then fine.
you weren't talking.
Christ is coming and God is bringing the dead, and that's where my daddy is. And I hung out with the Grateful Dead friends tonight. So I'm really more interested in those who are interested in gratefulness for being able to see the dead again than to be like the rest of it. And I have zero tolerance. I've already said it 402, and I've dealt with, nonstop abuse for 25 years because of this stupid organization. I'm really sorry, Linda, if you actually, whatever, but sorry,
I apologize if I've said something that was out of line or that insulted you, because
the story changes again. Like, why is everybody changing the story? No, I'm not boo-hoo. I'm changing now. I was happy before. Some guy ripped my Yeti. There's a blue microphone box that I wanted to keep perfect. I said so. The guy literally ripped it in front of my face. And there was a witness. And he'd already made me turn the camera away. That's why it was beyond belief loud. Now, I have headphones on. This place echoes beyond belief, and it's just like every other apartment where the downstairs can hear everything. I have lost all grace and will probably, have the neighbors call the police on me. I have zero tolerance. Daddy died. I don't want consolation. I have something I'm up to, remember? But none of these topics seem to be interesting enough. And it's not interesting, I don't want to argue with Trump fans, sorry. So, I want to talk about how it is we're going to say, hey, Patrice, I was over at my friend's house, the pasta babe, and boo-hooing because, oh my God, y'all are from the same neighborhood. And I'm, right there. DC kid comes over with a 3-year-old. Can we wake up, y'all? 3-year-old. There's a dead daddy and a 3-year-old involved. Do you remember how old I was? Do you remember Angela Glass killed her child? Her child is also 3.5 years old. But I'm not that Angela Glass. I'm the other woman who married that guy. This is a very complicated story. At the end of it, it's called viral. I perform for a reason. I get angry for a reason. Is there not enough space in this world for me? I don't mind going to the moon. You can go there and back in 6 days.
I don't know what I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but I was on your side. You were talking about your dad. I was saying he was a real cool dude. If I would have been in the congregation, he would have been one of my friends. And I don't know. And then we didn't hear from you again. I don't know what happened. But I don't know what they do there, but about cutting people off and back and forth. But
you've mentioned that before, sir. You've mentioned that before, and I've made it very, very clear. I do not have access to anything that would mute a caller. I'm not at the command center like Rick is.
You interrupted just like you just interrupted him. A moment ago, I actually remembered what it was I was going to say before, and now I've forgotten again. How much interruption? It's just a mute button for you, Linda. You have to follow the rules, too.
I don't have a mute button is what I was explaining to him.
Yeah, but you didn't mute me. You interrupted me. That's called muting me. You want a dumbass joke? Here.
I apologize. I thought I was answering the gentleman that was talking about.
It's kind of hard on this side of the phone. You can't hear everything as fast as it's going, and it sounds like on TV. I go back and look at some of this stuff, and it just gets confusing. People are talking real quick and back and forth, and no one can hear each other or really know what. I think everyone understands a little bit about that. You guys are quicker than us.
No, that's not true. We're not going to demean ourselves, right?
I can't understand a single thing she's saying. She's covered 57 topics in 11 minutes.
I'm
She's
confused.
just rambling, not making a single legitimate point about anything. She's not adding anything to the conversation. She's doing a monologue. But I digress.
May I ask who you voted for last and why? Thank you. You don't digress. You have a very
What do you care about what any of us say? You're doing a monologue. Go ahead, talk.
I just asked. Do you not believe I asked an honest and sincere question? I'll ask again. What are your opinions on politics?
Shouldn't be discussed with sane people. Politics is a bunch of bullshit and has led to more deaths than Christianity.
Rick has pretty much not allowed me to talk politics on this show.
That's right.
And I don't care for that, but because this is his platform, I've chosen to respect that.
Problem.
Well, you know, what's the fun if everybody gets along and agrees with each other? You know, can't we all just play along and be a little playful about politics or religion or?
It's not Rick's doing. It's YouTube.
Have a little bit
YouTube
of
does not like people discussing politics.
Well, can we talk about the protest then, y'all? I just need your, like, the most, that's political to me. And so, sorry, Linda James, am I allowed to do the protest slogans? Because that's political. That's how I'm winning president.
No, not on YouTube. YouTube will punish Rick for it.
Rick can, wait, sorry, I just want to make sure my question is clear. Rick goes and does protests. Rick has already talked about himself, and that's why I'm showing up here. Rick said, you know, hey, talk to folks. He says he's normally good at making the slogans. And so he makes good protest signs. That's what I'm asking about. Y'all can't talk about Jehovah's Witness protest signs? How, like, limited is this cult? What's your freedom limit of speech, I mean, or thought?
Well, you've touched on so many different topics. Nobody has any idea what you're talking about this second. So what's your specific question right now?
My daddy, I was talking. Sorry, you were still talking. I'm sorry. Okay, when I started this call, I called for one reason only. After I got angry, I exposed myself, made myself vulnerable because I wanted some pity, sympathy, I don't know, whatever an orphan's begging for. So anyway, when it gets back to it, I called here to talk about a protest. That was all.
Okay.
To get opinions about what signs we should be doing on the protest. If you needed to know any of the rest of the information or wanted to know, or if it was interesting, you know, like for example,
this isn't the place to discuss it.
For change, which is Ziggy Marley. So I could talk about completely non-Jehovah's Witness related stuff, except it's not, because, you know, all of reggae is going to drop the letter J for me. Because I told them about the letter
J. Ask about slogans for signs. Make up your own slogans.
Sure.
Okay, so what I think you're asking, Angela, is that if you can talk about the protest at this time?
She wants us to make up slogans for her signs.
Okay.
It's not for me, sir. This is for a protest for the Jehovah's Witnesses and for the community. The community needs to know that Jehovah's Witnesses do not report the rape of children to police. Therefore, when knock, knock, there's a Jehovah's Witness at the door. It's no joke.
That's true.
Someone there.
That's true.
This is not about me. I'm not sure why it is not clear. I'm not running for president out of vanity. This is about the Watchtower and what they've done consistently since origination. Russell was cruel and abusive to his wife. This organization is cruel and abusive to the same extreme to children worldwide.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Watchtower is a dangerous, deceitful, and deadly cult. There's no denying that.
Yes, and they also stalk people, and they track people, and they target people, and they steal things, and they do all kinds of things under the guise of a word called, or two words, quote, theocratic warfare.
Yes.
Of course, that's illegal.
Okay, so either people can take the next few minutes to call in and give any suggestions for a sign,
This
or
girl,
you can.
this girl's totally right. She's got it all figured out. She's summed it up really good. Hopefully you're still young, and then it takes a lot of us 40 years to figure this stuff out. It seems like you got it done. Really.
Please carry on, but yes, brother, I'm 43.
Or people can give their suggestions through Six Screens, the page. So, If anybody wants to give any suggestions for what some protest signs could be, I know I like JW Facts. If a sign has JW Facts on it, it works really well. It can say anything and then have it say JW Facts. And that really helps the public as well as Jehovah's Witnesses have something to look to.
Well, and even thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. And we're going to have QR codes so they go directly to content, so people can get way more information. But even more directly than like what do they specifically say? But I mean, if we have cute slogans, of course. And I'm sorry, I did specifically ask for slogans. I meant to say topics. Like, what are the key things that are making people's blood boil that we think will matter that people will hear, that we want them to hear, besides the 2 witness rule, I guess.
Yeah, the 2 witness rule, the way that they use the 2 witness rule, and then the blood transfusions and the shunning are usually the 3 main things.
You know what? This girl has it figured out. You really don't need to go on and on and on and get caught up in all this for all years and years and years. It's all done, and it's at a certain point we just move on. You figured it out, and you summed it up really good. There's no reason to fight with anyone or anything. I'm on your side. I don't know how it sounds when I'm talking to you, but I wished I would have been able to speak as well as you for 20, 30 years ago.
Well, thank you. I wanted to respond to Mr. G in the chat. I'm the one from Google. I no longer work at Google, but my LinkedIn is above your chat messages because I'm dangerous. So it's joking, wink, wink. And then thank you, back to you. I appreciate it. It is hard sometimes to do tone. Like right now, I'm struggling to be able to project my voice so that I can be understood. I'm sorry. I never get to call it in normal circumstances. But yeah, I've been alone. I've been one apart as actually one of my aliases. After I told my tech friends about being a J-Dub, and so that I chose a different name to do a different thing because now I was like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not alone. Because you spend a lot of time alone. You never quite adjust, like, going, quote, into the world. And I was kicked out when I was 15.
One of the big mistakes I made when I first left is I said that I used to tell people I'm not a Jehovah's Witness anymore. And they didn't know if I was a Jehovah's Witness or not. But for some reason, I felt like I had to say I'm not one. And as soon as you say that, they don't know the difference. They just think you're a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, what's interesting, I agree. I eventually ended up to the, that when talking amongst us, I say, we're Jehovah's Witnesses witnessing against them. And then I talk at the bar, like the bar was music venue and unfortunately no food. But guess what? So I met this incredibly tall dude who was also a Jehovah's Witness. He about fell over listening to the stories that I was telling him about, like the elders and, getting raped and they turn it to, I'm an adulteress. And so now I get this fellowship, but I don't need 2 witnesses. And so it's interesting because you find that we've got a larger community than we realize. I mean, I really wonder, are we not more this fellowship now than actually there are Jehovah's Witnesses?
You really can't run into anybody anymore that knows somebody they're closely related to as a Jehovah's Witness. There's people in their family, their neighbors, somebody they went to school with. They're all over the place. They always know them, and
yeah, that's why it's so dangerous, right? Because everybody knows, and then it's like as soon as the message gets out, that's one thing. It's the hashtag knock knock. Knock knock, because they're going back in field service. There's this map, The Silence of the Lambs, like the movie. So you can go to The Silence of the Lambs and .me. I'm the me. I wasn't going to tell people for a while, but anyways. So The Silence of the Lambs and .me/map. There's also an intake form. There's, in the United States, freedom of religion and opinion. And so we also, because we're stuck, originating from their religion and it's worldwide, so it applies worldwide from the government of the state and country in which I am remaining until this is done. You know, because I have to stay protected by that Constitution. So anyways, just like Matthew 18 they used against us. You know, someone can say, hey, this happened to me when I was a kid. So there's a form you can fill in and say, I got raped, and they didn't believe me. It's also got all the Royal Australian cases, and so you can look at the maps and see. The only unfortunate thing is the Royal Australian cases were distributed into just like what is it down there, states? But yeah, if you want to let people know. I got to fix some things.
I liked living in Arizona. I think Arizona sounds like a cool state.
Have you checked to see if there's any Jehovah's Witnesses listed in Arizona on the map?
So you're talking about the map of perpetrators, like the map that has been out for a while, and the criminal activities of different Jehovah's Witnesses, like in what state and county it gets documented there. Is that the map you're talking about?
Well, yeah, but it used to be just me doing it myself, and then I made a form so people can report it. And so it went from just finding or being pissed off about a couple of instances that, you know, and it just got bigger. So I'm going to post the link right now. That's the map. So in the chat, sorry, my voice doesn't work quite right. There's the Silence of the Lambs and .me/map. And it's the same data there that is now on Brian Frederick, because it's the same data. It's just two different websites showing it. They're both, me.
Yeah. So
Watchtowerdocuments.org for Barbara Anderson.
So the
and I have my own blog and stuff.
The link probably won't show up in the chat, or if it also put it in the comments under this video, the link for that map.
Okay.
Okay.
If you don't mind, would you put my LinkedIn also, because people think I'm crazy, so you can just show them my resume. LinkedIn. Thank you.
Go ahead and put the link in the chat, but it might not show up, is what I'm saying.
Yes, well, I did already. If you don't mind, it was immediately before the guy who said that I'm dangerous, and he put in all caps, so it'd be easy to find. It's almost 4:20. I'm going to smoke and listen a little bit more and then go to bed. But I'm going to love to listen for a while.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your grace tonight, y'all. I'm so sorry. I only get to call in when it's really late, and that's, and then bad night. I'm only, whatever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not normally total bad. I love you. I miss you so much. God, plants need sunshine. Make sure the plants don't die. Love you. Bye.
Love you too, pretty girl. So this is the gal that's responsible for that map that we've all seen and used. And it can be found on the page for Frederick. Where was his name? The one that they found about a year ago, or just under a year ago. So anyways, no, whatever link she tries to put in the chat, it won't show up. From what I understand, it won't show up. It might, but I don't think it will. So either she will put it in the comments under this video, or else I will. And if you know of anything, of any, atrocities that have been done by the organization, you can actually add it to the map, and then it gets vetted. So it should be accompanied with links and stuff to conform the story. Okay, there's that.
Boy, am I glad I stayed up for this.
Okay.
Can I ask one question out of all that?
Sure.
I don't understand the correlation that having a LinkedIn page is related to, like, your level of mental fitness. Aren't mentally ill people allowed to have LinkedIn pages?
Yes, it's not the LinkedIn page itself. It's who I worked for. So everyone in the world who has technology, access to the internet, has used something I've designed. And then the people that I've done that for also knew who I am. I made quite an impression on pretty much anyone who sees or talks to me. So, I've just been gone for a long time, and I got kicked out really young. It turned out to be a blessing. But I wasn't allowed to say blessing, of course, just like everybody else back then. So, I just got around. Bill Gates knows who I am. Hugh McCall, the Bank of America. I mean, I created a brand that, when the people use Zelle or these transfer services, I designed that. Most of the corporations in the top 50, when they close their books every month and then annually, they're using automation and software I designed. The same for the top 500, Fortune 500. I'm in cybersecurity. I'm non-anonymous because I'm just really well known and people just don't, keep up because I don't really, what I have to tell people for, right? And so only after the government came through the Department of Justice, the United States Marshal Service, when you watch John Walsh's The Hunt, CNN The Hunt, and immediately you've got the guy in the gray suit, that's Tom Miranda. That's the guy who put an email comment. You don't have to immediately show them, so I didn't expose it, but I didn't see it for a while. And he asked for help and wondered who this person was. And coincidentally, he was writing from San Diego about the San Diego case. I had lived there, moved away because I got married and left Apple. And so I left San Diego for San Francisco for Apple and got married to a Jehovah's Witness. And then came flying back because of drama with weed and stuff and fighting for kids with epilepsy and cancer. Back to, after winning CBD for North Carolina, back to California safety. And then that's when it all went down.
That's all well and good, but that has nothing to do with the question I asked.
Well, did you look at it?
I don't have to. I'm asking, is having whatever company, that doesn't matter. How does that mean that you don't have some type of mental illness?
Do you think that
There are people with mental illnesses that accomplish great things.
Yes, like John Nash, A Noble Mind. So do you have a disagreement with somebody having a mental illness, or you just want to...
I just think...
Because the resume's done.
I have never heard of you before. I've never talked to you before. What I'm basing this on is my very first impression of you. And my first impression of you is hurt by the fact that you don't shut up. You talk 100 miles an hour, so nobody can understand what you're saying. You jump from point to point, so you never complete a full thought. You are incoherent. So my impression of you right now is not very good. Now, if you slowed down, established each point, and just covered it, then maybe you'd be a little more comprehensible and people would be a little more agreeable to what you're saying.
I completely understand what you're saying, because basically what I did was a list of bullet points for people to talk about later when I'm not around, because it is 4:25 in the morning when my mom was holding her hand to Dan, and she said, "You blew it, Daddy, buddy." We were talking about paradise, and I was trying to say, no, I'm not sad. I'm looking forward to seeing my dad quite soon. And so, yeah, it was a very fast list of bullet points, because really I should be in bed at 4:20 in the morning in Charlotte, North Carolina, after having driven across the entire United States on President's Day weekend, sir. I should be in bed. That was exactly what you observed. But the incoherence has to do with things I already mentioned, like, I'm sorry, my voice is hoarse from having had a protest today, a single woman protest. I am running for president, and when you move from one side of the United States to the other, the sun comes up at what it would be at 2:30 in the morning over there, for me over here.
Well, I'm on the East Coast. So I'm on the East Coast, just north of you.
Okay.
So it's 4:26 here too.
Yeah, so I'm
now. Can I ask you a serious question? What party are you running under?
I'm independent.
Okay, but on the presidential ballot, they're probably going to ask you to, even if it's a third party, the Libertarian or Green Party or whatever. So are you part of an organized party, or will it just be independent candidate?
If you go to sec.gov and you look up my name, Angela Glass, you'll see me for 2020 as well as for 2024. I have not opened the campaign committee because it takes about $20 per signature to get in each state the number of signatures to validate to be on the ballot. And then you just check the box for Angela Glass. And it'll be basically like a music and party thing. But anyways, I'm already there, and I'm already there since 2020. But if you have more advice, that's pretty close to how it works, but not quite. You just have to open a bank account. And then I said, no, I'm not going to actually do bank account the first time, and they had to fix the software. And so this time, I have to do a bank account. And I haven't opened a bank account because that means I have to do accounting. And I'm not ready. I don't want to take money yet. So I'm there as a candidate, but the committee, and then you'll find interesting information, but it's all there. Don't worry about $0. I know where money is.
Okay. Interesting. Well, good luck on the campaign, because to be frank, the people that are doing it now shouldn't be there. Republicans and Democrats have been running this country for 150 years, and they're totally responsible for the crap show we got going on. So we need to let somebody else run the show for a little while.
I thought so too. It's not like I ever thought I would grow up to do this, We're not even allowed ambition. And then, by the way, the cool thing, I think, is the way that it's literal. So blue plus red is the unity, to make purple. And hashtag unity gets us back that we're all one, unless somebody that wants to be not one with the ones who are deciding to be one. But it's not like a hippie one world thing, because remember, I'm like looking forward to Daddy. And if anyone wants to learn from the landslide from Stevie Nicks, the one where she's playing it with her husband, and she starts with, "This one's for you, Daddy," then, what I'll be doing later. So thanks. Or if you take a joke for Daddy, thank you. I'm pretty sure that God created weed. I love y'all. I really do. Thank you.
All right, take care, Angela. Good luck.
Wow, that took me back.
I'm not going yet. I don't want to leave y'all. I'm just, I'm standing now. I haven't even gotten anywhere near the bed. I stayed up with Pasta Babe all last night, or 2 nights ago, Pasta Babe. I never went to sleep. Was it 2 nights ago? Because we were talking. Yeah, okay. So then, thank you all. I am under, I had a night's sleep that was great last night, but the night before, Pasta Babe and I, finally got catch up. So, then come up and how do you sleep after the sun comes up? Thank you for being well observed. I'm normally not as freely sharing either, but 40 years, man. Anybody else that's their family member that long? It never gets better, I understand that if you grow up with somebody, then it's different because you get raised and stuff. And, it's different, but I don't quite understand because it's not happened to me. But people have tried to explain their side, too, but anyways, an orphan said to me today, there used to be an orphanage actually here, and I didn't know she was an orphan. And there's a lot of cool stories there, but, mainly it's just thank you all. Thank you so much, Drake. Sometimes, you just want to go someplace where everybody knows what you're talking about, even if you don't know what I'm talking about. Where we all understand that same pain. It's to be kingdom all. And how ironic, of course, Christ's kingdom isn't on earth. Why do they call him kingdom? I enjoy literal. So anyway, don't often cry, so also thank you. Thank you.
You are tired. You are very, very tired, sweetheart.
I'm not really tired as much as disappointed in the world. The guy kept saying, basically there was 2 guys here. One is apparently epic musician, and the other one is a Trump fan. And so the Trump fan has to drive the epic musician home. The epic musician was in the band. Anyways, I'm talking to Trump fan because Trump fan and I get along. But I just, met everybody. And he's also wearing a purple velvet shirt, the same purple as the purple. So, the bar closes and, we're talking all this stuff, the art and politics. And But by the time we get here, the guy is extremely loud and continues nonstop cursing. So he's like, goddamn motherfucker, and goddamn, and he didn't even start giving me again. And so, I've got instruments over here. So finally, he kind of shuts up, and he's only talking about money and showing me people's faces and talking names. Meanwhile, you have epic artists who just got finished performing, who wants to tune up my baby Taylor and play for me, but the guy won't shut up. And so anyway, finally he does, and I've been asking again and again and again, please keep your voice down. These places are just apartments. Just because they call them condos now, they didn't change the construction. And so the music guy knows that. But anyways, so it became quite a big thing. And then eventually he ripped, literally, I think I just skipped the main story, it's good. He ripped literally my box for my Blue microphone, which came from my friend that used to work at Blue Microphone directly. And so it's kind of special to me that the second one from him. And I don't have the first one, because I give it back. So, very sentimental on a night where, I just needed some peace and enough space. And there was a guy at the bar who came and told this Bugs Bunny joke about somebody getting raped in the joke and whatever. And he told it 6 straight times to this other guy, who his excuse of telling the joke is that his name is Dick. He was telling it to the guy because his name is Dick and whatever. And I'm like, yes, I understand his name is Dick. My father-in-law's name is Dick Class. Because he's like Dick, short for Richard. I'm thinking, what is this guy even doing, And I'm literally asked him how many times he's been raped. Because honestly, he told the joke as many times as I've been raped before it stopped counting, because, eventually you're like, okay, I'm not even going to think about it anymore. We'll just not worry about whether or not it was consensual. Flip-flop that no thing. So back to the mainline thing, amazing things are going on, but it's really hard to have any time to talk to anyone. Don't you know, I would spend every Saturday Night Live with y'all. Straight up, the whole way, it wasn't the first time. And then, the guy is playing my baby Taylor, and we're trying to talk about Bob Dylan while this other dude is doing the thing. And so, there's amazing things happening. When I said I could talk other topics, there's a guy named Mofaya. It's it's Mofaya. He walked across the entire Congo and then smuggled himself out of Africa. The main thing is that we get to hear his voice thanks to that. And someone went back to make the documentary, and he sounds so amazing. And y'all know how music changes everything. And so you can imagine he sounds like Bob Marley kind of style, but he can sing anything. So there's a song called Honky Tonk Woman, and I was lucky because my family, my other non-data family was a band and stuff, my grandparents. And so I get it through the blood to be able to sing, and I was invited to the LA Composers Breakfast Club where I run into seeing the performance, the Monday thing. And so the documentary happened to be 3 days later, and that was my last night in LA. So now I give them a hug and say, how can I help? And they said they're finishing Wednesday. And then that's the weird thing, some things are hard and some things are easy. They need relatively very little money to do what they want to do, which is finish the documentary, which tells the whole story, changes the world, and fund the school. Same amount, it's less than $300,000, less than a house, or one, the average house here is $400,000, not mine. But so anyways, I'm less. So the main point would be, this guy is coming over here, and then the documentary guy, I'm emailing Michael Moore to tell him about Michael Moore, who grew up and was born in Barbara Anderson's same congregation, to tell the Michael Moore story to Michael Moore. And Tyler Perry wants to do a movie about Barbara Anderson. And I run her website because she's busy, and I'm her legacy. And just everybody doesn't know any better because I don't always chirp my name or whatever. We just have little, took care of it. She's writing stuff so that we got more information coming from her. And so I'm just her, web admin, but I do all other stuff too, like writing all the posts, make sure the news gets out. So then moving back to it, Tyler Perry wants to write this story about all this crazy stuff. Like earlier, I wanted to say, hey, my daddy was best friends with that priest who got killed in that weird style that people like to call quote unquote Illuminati. It was never solved. He was an exorcist also, besides trying to expose the Boston Globe thing. And his best friend, another priest, left the Vatican. He was also an exorcist. but we all know him worldwide as the exorcist. Like, that's my family friend. And so there's just a weird world there. A lot of people don't believe in spirits, or they decide to believe in God, but then decide to go mystic and rather than like specific. I'm just grateful to be here in this night. And then, oh yeah, I've probably been talking forever. So how about I'll put myself on mute? But thank you. I feel a lot better, and I cried and everything. I feel a lot better. I still don't want to go to bed though. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Angela.
I'm sorry. I'll try to call some night. You start at midnight now for me. I normally go to bed at 9 p.m. Oh, I'm sorry. One day I'll try to show up, properly.
By the way, my phone's not working and I don't know why. So just thought I'd say that.
Do you need help?
Of course. Of course I do. I'm a hairdresser. If it doesn't have hair on it, I don't know what to do with it, It's like...
What's it doing?
It's just not starting. So let's talk tomorrow through Messenger if that's okay with you.
Okay, perfect. Yes. Thanks. I didn't know
Okay.
if it was thanks. Y'all, I normally hang out with her over there as their like production assistants behind the scenes, off camera.
Okay. I just poured myself a cup of coffee, and
It's basically like orchestration. I asked Linda about topics and asked her if she's going to talk about them. And I showed her one time like TV things and whatnot. And so, I don't know, like, do y'all want to get involved in like more directive things, I guess? Does that make sense?
as in on the show.
Yeah, I mean, like, basically, like, we need better sound, right? That first time I called in, there was a 17-second delay every time. And so we were constantly talking over each other, and I was basically went berserk because I'm undiagnosed autistic. That's why, I have special skills of extreme great memory and whatever. But, yeah, so we need to fix up the technology. What else do you need to have better? What does Rick and the 6 streams need so I can make sure y'all are set up?
That's something I'm going to have to give some thought to and probably some suggestions from you because I'm just not as well. I'm pretty illiterate, but I do know some things. But I do like the conversation.
From the audience. Yeah, from the audience, though. Like, specifically, Linda, I love your show. I'm not sure if I'm just partial because I got to meet you and talk like FaceTime and stuff or whatever it was. Zoom, I don't know. Zoom? Maybe Zoom? Sorry. But basically, like, audience, I love this show. I was wondering if I really am tired, I guess, but I was wondering, what do y'all love about the show? I think I'm biased, is what I'm trying to say.
You think you're biased?
Here.
That's
I know
funny.
I'm biased. I love you.
I love you too. So, yeah, it was Zoom, yeah. Anyway, so she's wondering if we have any ideas for subjects. Usually I let it flow to whatever comes up, and that's worked so far. But it is a good idea to have subjects to come up with. And does anybody in the chat for YouTube have any idea of subjects that we can?
I'm sorry. I keep confusing Linda. I just mean, basically, like, if you were Oprah, then I'm looking out at the audience, and I'm wondering what brought the audience to you. What made you Oprah? And so I'm wondering if the audience can say, I mean, we all adore you. That's why we're here. And so, but I'm, tired of hearing myself speak. I want to hear, like, we all love you. What makes other people love you like I do? But not you, Linda. I'm sorry. I'm asking the audience if anyone's still there. I might have chased over where to go. I'm sorry.
We still got some people here. So I think what she just asked was, does anybody want to share why I am their favorite apostate?
I'm going to exclude myself because I'm a guest on the show.
Oh, that's right. You're not part of the chat.
Right. I'm not part of the chat.
Oh my goodness.
And I never watch you unless I'm on the show, so I'm not a regular viewer. I recluse myself.
That's hilarious. Do I hear someone coming in?
How come I don't see you on the screen, Linda?
Because I'm taking a bit of a break.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Pastor Babe,
Yes.
I think it's your voice everybody loves.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have one vote for It's Your Voice.
Oh, my voice. Right on. Thank you.
No, I changed my mind.
You can do that.
It's your personality.
Thank you. See, gentlemen can change their mind just as much as women do. Isn't that a good thing?
That's right.
Yep.
Well, I think we should just keep it one vote for each.
I would second him because I think it's true. Your voice is part of your personality, and like you're a singer and such. And yeah, I was just thinking, I totally agree with him because it's part of like you talking doesn't just sound like a. I don't mean to say rude or but like a normal person talking. You talk like singing, sort of. I think.
Thank
But you
you.
also talk about interesting things, like you say.
You talk with a melodic flow in your voice.
Okay. Mr. G says I'm gonna go back to work in LA. So Mr. G, what did you do in LA when you were working? Oh, he's an engineer. Okay. Right on.
Mr.
What's a
G.
Mr. G engineer? I used to work in LA. I just left Google. I know what engineering is.
Bob Roberts still in the chat. He's been here the whole time. Long night, now Bob.
Oh God. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I think I'm truly complimented and on the verge of embarrassed, but I'm thankful for what anybody has shared. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Bob, I get it.
Bob Roberts says, I'd like Linda's patience. Thank you. I'll tell you what, when I was raising my kids, about once or twice a year, I would lose my shit. It would be bad. And it would always
never had any patience until I got kids.
Right. Kids will do it to
like, then you had to learn it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to say
as I get older, I find that I've mellowed considerably. Like, no one was more surprised at what I said about Toni Morris in that video than me.
You know, I've been thinking about what you shared in that video, and you were talking about how PTSD is quite probable with what he had to face while in the Vietnam War.
Yep.
And then I saw somebody else. Let me just add here. Go check out the YouTube channel after you check out Pete's video about Toni Morris. Go check out the Blue Envelope. It's the name of a YouTube channel. And he has done some homework on pretty much a few of the governing body members, and he has on Morris as well.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting because one of the things I noticed was that Tony Morris will sign his name the third on documents that are not official, but official documents he won't put in there Anthony Morris the third. That's what I remember about that video on the Blue Envelopes YouTube channel. So
yeah, Blue Envelope was one of the first XJW channels I ever came across.
yeah, he's good.
He does some really good research.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Yes, my name is Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi. So I do have a question.
Oh,
And
good.
my mom is Jehovah's Witness, but the question is, like, what is different between Jehovah's Witnesses and Christian and Catholic churches?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to have Pete start off with this.
The biggest difference between, well, Catholic and Christian churches are pretty much synonymous. Jehovah's Witnesses are different in that while they claim to be Christian, they deny the deity of Christ. And that's probably the biggest difference. That's why most Christian churches do not consider Jehovah's Witnesses as Christians.
Right. Okay.
I mean, there's
That was my question.
there's multiple little things, but that's by far the biggest.
I would also add to that with the yes and. They also don't do what would be called communion or the Eucharist. They deny the blood of Christ, so they don't have.
Yeah, right. Well,
They don't have the life.
like the Catholic Church does a communion weekly, or at every Mass. And Jehovah's Witnesses only do it once a year as a memorial to Christ's death. But Jehovah's Witnesses teach that only 144,000 people are going to heaven. And so only the 144,000 are allowed to partake. But yeah, the denial of the, look, right in the book of John, Jesus clearly commands his followers to, eat the bread, drink the wine in memory of him.
Right.
So it doesn't say that, okay, only a small specific group of you should do this. He tells everybody to do it, which is.
Well, actually, I've been to a memorial, and I'm not baptized, but
Are you studying?
The meetings. Well, I have been since I was young, but I'm not really deep into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
As a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's the deity of Christ is the big thing. They believe that Jesus is not God, like they do not believe in the Trinity. They believe that he is subordinate to God. Like most Christians believe that Jesus was actually the creator of the earth because of the scriptures that say through him all things came to be. But the Watchtower changed the wording in the verse in their Bible to say that Jesus created all other things, like after he was created. They maintain that Jesus was a created being.
Right.
So, yeah, that, fundamentally, that's the biggest thing. There's also, like the blood doctrine. Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe you should take blood transfusions where other Christian churches have no problem.
Right.
Because, after all, life is sacred. Life should be preserved. And even the Jewish religion specifies that it's okay to break the, Mosaic law if it's to preserve life. But yeah, Russia got it right when they declared, Jehovah's Witnesses as an extremist religion.
Right. But also I have another, like, I've seen like Christian Catholic churches, they actually are asking for money all the time to build, the preachers or whatever they are, asking for money to build a house, and then, you know what I mean? Like, so what's going on with all that?
Who's asking for money?
I believe she's
Like the preachers, they ask people, like the church people, when for money to build a house.
And so do the Jehovah's
I
Witnesses.
see that online.
So do the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I mean, I don't think they ask. Well, I mean, how do they do that?
They do it on jw.org. They do it at the meetings. This is the thing. A lot of the things that they do that are, hypocritical or wrong, they try not to do it in public. They do it privately. That's why you will never go to a Kingdom Hall on a Sunday and hear about a disfellowshipping. They will only announce it during the midweek meeting because they don't want the general public knowing that they do that stuff.
Okay.
So at their meetings,
they ask for money.
right, at their midweek meetings, they will talk about needing, money with the congregation. They won't make a big public, deal about it.
Like,
and they do.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, but I mean, go to JW. There's, like in 2015, Stephen Lett gave a wonderful talk where, I mean, he was saying, we have more money going out than we have coming in. So you guys need to step up and give us more money. And then Tony Morris did a talk where he said, we never ask for money, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about money. They're just as greedy, if not more. Because they're always asking for money at the Kingdom Hall because cash is non-taxable.
Right, but in a different way though, like in a.
Well, they do it secretly, but where does their money go? Their money goes to build Kingdom Halls, which are built with donated materials and free volunteer labor.
Okay.
Okay. They make the congregation take out a mortgage with the Watchtower. So the congregation has to pay the Watchtower to build the Kingdom Hall. But when the mortgage is paid off, they mail the deed to the Watchtower, and Watchtower takes ownership of the building.
Okay, but they're
It's
building
a big real estate scam.
Asking money for build a $1 million house or a watch or something like that, right?
No, they're what they say is, what they have their people believing is that the money is to support the worldwide work.
Right.
Which that's not accurate because first, like back when I was a witness, when I was young and beautiful,
yes,
they were, Watchtower and Awake magazines every month. Now they're only printing like 3 issues a year, and only one of them is brand new. So their printing costs are not what they used to be. They're spending less and less money on their product. What they're doing is they're investing more and more money in real estate, like the Ramapo project they have going on They're building a movie studio. I thought that we were in the last of the last days of the last days, at the end of the last days. So why do they need a movie studio that won't be done for another 3 or 4 years? See, they say one thing, but they do another. That's called hypocrisy.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
If y'all can hear, yes. Oh, good. I didn't know if I was on or off mute. They also have perpetual mortgages. They force the congregations when that mortgage is paid off, and they take the deed immediately. And they keep paying as if they have rent rather than have paid off their house. And they also flip those. And so they're making them, they will consolidate congregation. For example, I used to live in San Francisco, my resume, etc. Used to be there for Yahoo and Apple. And so down there, the Menlo Park congregation, went basically to war with them legally with a hostile takeover, because some of those congregations, you build it with your own money, and now they're taking away your investment. They would also force remodels as another way to update the place and then flip it and have the congregation pay. Tons and tons of bad stuff going on there. But thank you. Yes, that was to add to what the brother was saying.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for for helping me, for answering my question.
So after what Angela said about, they did a forced upgrade on the Kingdom Halls, then later they had the elders make a announcement with the congregation that to vote on whether or not to give the Kingdom Hall over to the Kingdom Hall Trust. And basically it was unanimous because it came from headquarters, which is basically considered God's channel. So they considered it as what Jehovah would want. So now the organization owns each Kingdom Hall, whereas they were originally not owned by the Kingdom Hall, by the organization. So now the organization owns the Kingdom Halls.
Yeah. You remember a few years back when they had that big monsoon or typhoon or whatever it was that hit Puerto Rico?
Yes.
And it was like totally devastating damage that it did. So Watchtower put out a big alert. Volunteers wanted to help repair damaged Kingdom Halls. So they got, construction crews from all over the world volunteer to go and repair these Kingdom Halls. Again, donated materials. They fixed up all these Kingdom Halls. Within 2 years, over 50% of those Kingdom Halls were sold. So who got that money? Not the volunteers, not the people who donated the materials. No, the money went to the Watchtower.
Headquarters, yeah, or whoever.
Right. But what can you guys tell me about other churches? And all I know is good going to the meetings and everything. I'm not baptized or anything, but I knew I grew up, with Bible study and everything. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Oh, I can tell you. So in the story of Revelation, because I hated having to listen to Jehovah's stuff, so I would read the Bible during all of that, and then I got too much at Disney, so I got into the visual. And so, if it were fiction, in the storyline, Jehovah's Witnesses are the ones left behind. And so, working with the Chosen, that son is the son of the series of Left Behind that was so popular that we would never have been allowed to participate or read or watch or whatever. But
the Left Behind series.
Not having,
The Left Behind series.
You see, now you've kind of changed the question. Because your first question is, how are they different? Or belief-wise, how are they different? Now your question is, what makes, what's so bad about that,
What's so bad about them? Because there's so many other religions. How do we know what religion is the...
Okay, well, let me start with the blood issue.
Can I answer this one, everyone?
Sure.
Okay. So there's a few things that the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Catholic Church has in common, and that is that they are a theocracy. And a theocracy is what that means is it's a government ruled by God. So they claim that church or that organization is being ruled by God. So pretty much they're under this government of God, and whatever they say to do, we comply because we believe we're being governed by God. This Jehovah's Witness organization is more like the Catholic Church than people realize. It's like, I consider it almost like a mini Catholic Church, but their belief systems are the same. But the way it's set up, like they're both a hierarchy. One of the things that the whole thing about having to choose which organization is the one God's using is a question that the organization asks a Bible study or somebody that's wanting to study with them. And that's like like that's not even the question to ask. Because what that's doing is setting up something else to be the mediator between you and God, where the scriptures say it's Christ.
You're
the mediator between you and God. But what the church does, and the Catholic Church and the Jehovah's Witnesses, is they put themselves in the place as the mediator between you and God. And that is deception, and they have no place to be in that. Like, they have no business being in that place. But they tell people that God's always used an organization. He's always used somebody to be that middle person. And it's not the case.
It doesn't have to be necessarily the middle person, because you know what your relationship is with God when you do that in your own time.
That's
Sure.
totally true. That's like actually in
because you know what you do when you speak in your own time. So no one can actually be in the middle. It's between you and and God.
And there are many, sorry to speak over you. There are many Jehovah's Witnesses and many Catholics that do have a relationship with God through their prayer life, through their, how they are a Christian, a true Christian. And most of the time when you hear us talking, most of our complaints when we say we're bothered by the organization or whatever, we're talking more about the leadership and how the leadership directs the members. Because they've gaslighted the members to believe that they themselves can't make the proper choices without the organization telling them what the proper choices are, then they get led and deceived. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can't follow your own intuition. You have not been baptized yet, but when you do get baptized, you will be baptized in association with that organization. They do not baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They might say that at the beginning, but then there's a second one that says that you do realize that you're being baptized in association with the organization. And what that is a verbal contract. Things will change after you're baptized because you will answer to them as though they are the mediator between you and God. Now, if you are a member and if you recruit your family and your friends, which of course is a natural. What?
My mom is a Jehovah's Witness.
Your mom is a Jehovah's Witness? Okay, so if you get baptized and you've done some homework or you've done some, considering that this organization doesn't feel right to you, you kind of don't want to be a part of it anymore, you will become disfellowshipped. Why? Because the question will be asked if you believe that Jehovah God is using the organization to lead his people. And if you do not believe that, you will be disfellowshipped. Then your mother and anybody else that you are close to will shun you because that's what they've been taught to do to people that are apostates. An apostate is somebody that changes their religious or political view. Now, Article 18 from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, under freedom of religion, part of what that says is that you do have the right to change your belief system or have none at all. And they go to court on a regular basis.
Pretty much.
I'm sorry, what?
I said everyone has free will.
You're right. But once you join the Watchtower, you'll
Not
find out
all-
that your free will looks very different than what you might think it looks today. If you go by this Article 18 that gives you the free will to change your belief system, you will be disfellowshipped. And unfortunately, within that organization, if someone becomes disfellowshipped or if somebody disassociates themselves from being a member, somebody goes on the stage and says, so-and-so is no longer a member of Jehovah's Witnesses. And what that is it's like code for we now must shun them. We now must have nothing to do with them. You will lose your relationship with your mother. Your mother, if she's a good following JW, will shun you. Hopefully she won't. Some don't.
No. You're right. Thank you.
I was just thinking of the baptism. What really bothered me growing up is when they changed the baptism questions. What you're talking about is basically you're baptized in Father, Son, and Spirit directed organization. So they hijacked the Holy Spirit of all things to change. They left the Father and Son part, but it's Spirit directed organization. So that's scary because that's, it changes how the Bible talks about being baptized. It's they're like you said, sister. They're putting themselves in a place they do not belong, and that's scary. Whether they're trying to protect themselves and put you in a corporation or not, so you can't sue them or whatever. It's still that's the one thing you don't mess with is the baptism, because that's a sacred thing between you and Jehovah and Christ, and not a spirit directed organization. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Daniel. And so if you find yourself within an organization that wants to isolate you, but what ends up happening is they tell you things such as bad association spoils useful habits. Well, who's bad associations? Anybody that's not a Jehovah's Witness. So what ends up happening is it ends up being your choice to start getting rid of some of your friends that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, some of your family members that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, and you're encouraged to serve the organization more and more by going out in service. You can go out in service now as an unbaptized publisher, and I never got baptized because I tried studying twice and it didn't make sense to me. But I had no clue what a bullet I dodged. I had no clue.
Right.
So if an organization tries to isolate you from the outside world, what they're telling you is this is a protection for you. In actuality, it's not necessarily a protection for you. It's to make sure you're not associating with society at large. So you don't get a grasp of what's really, so in other words, they're putting you in a place of their reality. It's an alternate universe is what it ends up being, like an alternate reality. Okay. If they tell you not to, like, for instance, I grew up as a JW in training. We as children were not allowed to have any extracurricular activities, meaning after school programs, or we couldn't celebrate any of the holidays. All of those things got in the way of us socializing with other people. And what we were told was that for us, the reason why was so that we wouldn't socialize with people in the quote unquote world. But what that did was socially stunt us. So if we would have been involved in those groups, whether it be basketball, choir, guitar, anything, we would have been socializing, because even when there's a birthday party or a Christmas party and there's a lot of playing, that's still socializing, and we're getting socialized with society at large. They come up with these reasons and call them godly to make sure we can.
Interrupting.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I think it's more like they say that, like you said, extracurricular activities after school, football, cheerleading, all that is because it's competition.
Yes,
right?
they have mentioned that.
allowed because it's competition, because you're competing.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yes, they've definitely mentioned that. But if you think about it, they're actually a very competitive organization. It's a very us and them mindset, a very black and white
It's
mindset.
about winning.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. Because it's about winning, who wins and who does it, right?
That's what they're giving us as an explanation. And I dare say that's what they use, but that's not necessarily the reason, because they are a competitive organization amongst all the other organizations that are out there. They compare themselves to every other religion and why they're so superior.
Just the fact that they go door to door, they're trying to win more converts to their organization.
Yes.
You know, that's a competition because they're trying to take people from this church and bring them to their church.
That's true. Back in the day, Jehovah's Witnesses were actually doing pickets in front of the Catholic Church, like these little circle things, wearing their little flip charts and everything that would say, "Religion is a snare and a racket." And that was under Joseph Rutherford, the second president of the Watchtower. Do you think it upset the Catholic Church that they're protesting in front of it? It pissed off the Catholic Church, of course. So then people are irritated with them, and then they get consequences. But then they go and say, "Oh, we're being so persecuted." It was set up to get persecuted. They were being set up. You don't go do that. It's not it's not okay.
Look at their so-called persecution in Russia. Okay, that was all instigated by the Watchtower, because the Russian government told them, "Look, there is some of your literature, not even all of it," and they gave them a list of specific publications. These publications are extremist. We do not want these publications distributed in Russia. And the Watchtower said, "No, we're going to keep distributing them." And so Russia said, "Well, fine then. You are an extremist organization," and outlawed them. But that was Watchtower's own doing. Had they just said, "Okay, we won't distribute those particular issues," they would still be fine. You know? And they're not being persecuted for religious reasons. They're being arrested. It's not even a persecution. They're being arrested for breaking the law.
They're being prosecuted.
They cannot distribute that material. They're doing it, so that's breaking the law. I laugh because you go to jw.org and you can see videos of like outside the court, and there's like brothers being driven out of the court, and there are Jehovah's Witnesses on the sidewalk, and cheering and encouraging them. If they were being persecuted, those witnesses on the sidewalk would have been grabbed too. So no, there's not being a persecution. They're arresting people who are breaking the law. But JWs, promote it as a persecution because that fulfills what they say is a prophecy about them.
Okay.
There are so many. Look, talk about the blood issue. It's totally unscriptural because not eating blood is in the Mosaic law, which, according to, Christ came, so the Mosaic law was wiped out. So you don't have to obey that. Even so, Jesus himself said that nothing that a man eats can defile him. And Jesus, being a Jew, practiced what's called Pikuach Nefesh, which is that you can break the Mosaic law if it is to save a life. So taking a blood transfusion to save a life is okay according to Jesus. But because Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the deity of Jesus, they don't care. As a result, over 1,000 witnesses die every year because of their twisted take on the Bible.
Yeah.
Nathan
I
Knorr is
won't
the one.
even get into the Australian Royal Commission. I mean, they use faulty biblical interpretations to protect pedophiles. If you are a pedophile in a kingdom hall, you will not be prosecuted.
Away and go wash your hair, you dirty fucker. You know, get a grip.
Pete is still talking.
Sit
Please
there
let him finish.
and You live in a big, real bad slime ball right behind you. You know, you got dirty
Pete is still
hair,
talking,
black behind
and
you.
I don't welcome name calling. I don't
why
welcome name calling.
I want to listen to you about
You can turn it off. You can step away.
You put a couple books up there. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Boy, somebody doesn't like hearing the truth.
I deal with him every single week.
He must be a witness.
Fucking fool. He's a moron.
Okay, that's your opinion. I appreciate your opinion. You can
Yeah,
turn the
have another
channel
drink.
and you can step away.
Have another drink.
Listen to this goofy guy.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. You can leave now.
I've done my duty if I
Have
have
you?
ticked off an ignorant witness supporter.
On this show, people get to give their opinions.
Yes,
and
they do.
whether we agree with them or not on certain subjects is supposed to be okay. Getting on here and calling people a slime ball or, just derogatory terminology, that does not make it to where your opinion is wrong. Okay? That's not how we roll here. It's just not. It's ad hominem and it's crap. Okay?
Yeah, good. I was raised as a witness, so
Me
I
too.
have the ability to just totally disregard idiots like that. You know, it's the us versus them mentality.
But see, I just got done telling you we can't call each other names, and now you're calling him an idiot.
Yeah, well, he is. He obviously exhibits less intelligence than the average person,
God.
which makes him an idiot.
Oh my gosh.
But I mean, as a witness, I was taught to have the us versus them mentality.
Yes.
So those who don't agree with me are insignificant. So his
Right.
opinion doesn't bother me, and it makes me happy that I triggered him.
That's amazing.
That makes me dominant over him.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much, but let's
Oh, I'm so glad you're still here.
Yeah, I mean that was a little weird, but I mean it was too much.
But see, now that I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, I get to stand up for myself. And when I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, I was taught to turn my cheek until it was all raw. We had no more cheeks
My
to turn.
mother told me that all the time too. When I came home from school one day with a big bruise, and she said, "What happened?" I said, "Well, somebody punched me." And she says, "Did you turn the other cheek?" I said, "Yeah, you hit me on that one too."
And this was the norm.
Yeah,
To receive
well,
abuse.
you got beat up all the time as a witness child.
Yep.
Because look, you didn't stand up to salute the flag. You couldn't be in the room when there were birthday parties or Christmas parties. So, I mean, you were socially ostracized by the kids in school. You know, and out in the playground, you got beat up just because you were different. You know,
Strongly
and-
different. Yeah.
So, yeah, being a witness kid was hell.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. But
So there's certain things that are tactics and techniques. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm talking over you. Okay, okay. So there's certain techniques that are and tactics that are pretty much across the board that high controlled, high demand organizations, abusive organizations, or even in abusive relationships, where the organization uses these techniques and tactics. So the Mormons also use techniques and tactics that are pretty much the same. Most groups that are considered cults, and cult is a base word for culture. You know, I grew up meaning to, intending to be a Jehovah's Witness. I was not presented with any other choice but to become a Jehovah's Witness. And of course I didn't. So I went and joined the devil is the way I'm thought of, according to my family who are still in. But if you, these are certain tactics and characteristics. So some of them is the isolation, like I mentioned. I'm sorry, what?
I said that's a little bit too much that you said like you were not like you're like the devil whenever you didn't want to be. You know what I mean? Like what your family wanted you to be.
And it's really good within a group if they can demonize somebody. Yeah. And what that does is it puts fear in the congregation to not have anything to do with somebody. It's taught in the organization that if someone leaves, they've basically turned their back on Jehovah and gone and enjoyed the ruler of the earth. That's what they've done, so people are not only encouraged to shun, but that's how they view us, as mentally diseased. Yeah, and that term makes it sound like you might catch it. What did you want to say, Pete?
If you choose to leave Jehovah's Witnesses, they will.
I've never been a Jehovah's Witness, though.
Right, and that's good. But if you become one and then you decide to leave, they will portray it as that you have rejected God
himself,
not just their organization, that you've turned your back on God and that you hate God. Because with them it's like a car door. You're either all the way open or you're all the way shut. There is no in between. So it's either 100% their way or you're 100% evil. If you're not a faithful, practicing Jehovah's Witness, putting in your hours in service, doing, giving your talks at the ministry school and having Bible studies and doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, if you don't fulfill all that, you're going to die at Armageddon. That's just it.
There's something else I want to mention is that, like Pete said, if you're not following the rules completely, well, they also change the rules from time to time. They'll change their belief system, which is also a characteristic that cults do. And that's to keep you on your toes. And it also lets the members know, especially the leadership within the congregation, know whether you're an up-to-date person of, the up-to-date or you're backslidden, which they call an unbaptized or actually a friend of mine told me that those that are not baptized are called visitors, right? And like that's the right term. I say I was held hostage, okay? I was held hostage. I didn't have any choice. I had to go to the Kingdom Hall. And that's the way it is, Yeah. So you have to go with each and every change. So you might 2 years ago go with what they taught on some certain subject. It gets studied in a certain book. You finally try to make sense of it, whether you can make sense of it or not. That's another thing. They have one of the Watchtowers talks about how you need to follow the directions of the governing body or the leadership, whether it makes sense from a human standpoint or not.
Right.
Now, come on.
And
you're supposed to get rid of
constantly changing.
Yes.
I mean, I started studying. My mother and I became witnesses back in 1968. The first book we studied was The Truth That Leads to Eternal Life. Well, in 1984, that book was declared apostate material. So, how it can be the book that all new witnesses have to study 1 year and just a decade later becomes apostate material tells you how much their doctrine changes.
Right.
And if God is the same yesterday and today and forever, for me, it doesn't work with his doctrines would change.
No.
So often. It's actually a very strategic technique.
They try to describe it as new light. Oh, we've had a new understanding. Well, if you trace the history of a lot of their new lights, it actually goes in a circle. You know, like the way they view something back in 1914 changed in 1940 and then again in 1960. And then in 2013, it went right back to the same belief that they had in 1914.
Yes.
You know, the more research you do, especially about the past history of the organization, the more you realize that this is not a chosen organization by God or a God-directed organization. This is a man-made, man-run corporation. It's not even a religion. The religion title is just used as a tax write-off. Look at their tax returns every year. This is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And when you look on the line that says, you know, source of income, it says investment activities, not religious donations or anything like that.
Okay, so the first question that I asked whenever I got on the line, so what do you guys think the real religion is?
That's a misconception.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for talking over you, Pete, but Scripture talks about whom shall you go to rather than where shall you go. Do you remember, Pete, the Scripture that talks about, was it Peter with Jesus? And Jesus was saying, are you going to leave or not remain a follower? And was that?
Yeah, no, not off of that.
Okay, so there was a disciple of his, and Jesus was asking him, so I'm paraphrasing, in Scripture, you know, are you not going to remain following me? And this disciple said, to whom else can we go? The organization has said, where else can you go? And that's deception, because it's when Joseph Rutherford got out of prison that he turned the organization into a theocracy and said that whole thing about you got to find the right religion, the one that God's is using. See, that's deception.
Right.
The whole thing about Christianity is there was bloodshed so that you can have a relationship with God. If you don't care for the bloodshed thing, that's different. But that's the whole reason that you get to have a direct relationship with God, and that the mediator is Christ, right? It's not a church that's our mediator. So in other words, if you are a Christian and you want to associate with some Christians, you know, find a local church that you're comfortable with because you want to gather with Christians. If you enjoy bowling, maybe you can find a local bowling place and associate with some bowling people because you enjoy bowling. I'm a karaoke junkie. I like to go find places where people do karaoke because I love to do karaoke. So it's a secondary thing rather than a mandatory requirement that you are.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You know, the Watchtower keeps saying that, you know, they were chosen as God's organization in 1919.
Yes.
You know, they say that Jesus, you know, examined all the religions, all the churches on earth, and in 1919, he chose Jehovah's Witnesses as his organization. The first problem with that is Jehovah's Witnesses didn't exist till 1931. Before
Right.
that, they were the International Bible Students.
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask how old are you? Because you said because
Can you ask what?
you said you were. Can I ask how old he is? Because he talks about like.
Yeah, well, I'm 61.
Oh, how old he is. Okay.
Yeah, but I've studied the history. So, but you don't have to be that old to know that they teach, that they were chosen in 1919. But if you look at what the organization believed in 1919.
So let Pete finish it. Let Pete finish up what he's
Wait a
saying.
minute.
Get along, do something.
Can you wait a minute and let Pete finish what he's saying, hon? Thank you.
Now, if you look at what the organization believed in 1919, they taught that Jesus was God. They taught that you could celebrate Christmas.
And
they
could worship
taught that you could celebrate birthdays. You could have a blood transfusion. There was no such thing as disfellowshipping. Now, that's just 5 things right off the top. If the organization in 1919 was chosen as God's organization, then the organization that exists today is not the same organization, and therefore was not the organization chosen by God.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And the story goes that
Why are you still so hung up on something 100 years ago?
Because people need to know this stuff.
those who forget the history.
Watchtower keeps promoting what happened in 1919 as their justification for what they're doing now. I just point out that the organization in 1919 was not the same organization.
Well, find a real obvious low-hanging fruit. You're not really telling anyone anything new.
Well, apparently I am if they're not aware of it.
Yeah.
So it's good to know the history because they literally recycle.
Be telling us.
They literally recycle their teaching. So back in 1874, they were expecting the end to come. And then
I can't even believe I'm spending time looking at you.
Well,
you
then
can
hang up and get off the channel.
You can leave
That's
at any
real
time,
easy.
sir. They expected the end of the world to happen in 1914, 1925, 1975. And each time,
Here's
this
an
prophecy.
interesting statistic.
What?
Here's an interesting statistic. Every minute on YouTube, there are approximately 3 million new videos. I suggest that guy go click on one of them.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so they have this thing about, the story goes that Jehovah sent Jesus to earth to check out and inspect all organizations, all religions, and for Jesus to pick one that would be a suitable to be suitable to represent Jehovah God himself. And he somehow picked the International Bible Student Association directly after the president, Joseph Rutherford, got out of jail for what was it? He was put in jail because he wrote a book that talked all kinds of crap about the government, treason or something like that. I forget. You probably know, right? So they put him in jail with a bunch of other people that was working with him. I wish I could remember the name of it. What he was
charged
jail.
with sedition.
What?
They were charged with sedition.
Sedition. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. So directly after he gets out of prison, Jesus somehow showed up on that doorstep and thought, this is the grandest place to be. And if you learn more about Joseph Rutherford, he not only was he, there was a time of prohibition when alcohol was not supposed to be happening in America, but he had people going to Canada and bringing it to him. He also had women on the side. He had a mansion built in San Diego called Beth Sarim, a 10-room mansion that he would spend time in during the summer. And what he would say to the members was that he was building it for, the fathers of old, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, when they get resurrected. So, this was ridiculous. Okay. And so he got to live in luxury with two, I don't know what kind of cars they were, but this is in the middle of the Depression. What was it?
Cadillacs.
Cadillac. Yeah. Of all of the presidents' history, this guy was like the most scandalous and most totalitarian, if you ask me. I know there's another word for it, dogmatic maybe. But
well, he, he was preaching that Armageddon was going to come in 1925.
Yes.
And then when 1925 came and went with no Armageddon, he changed it to 1943.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
And then he died in 42?
Yeah, he died in 42. So what happened was in the summer of 1942, there was the big International Assembly where they released the newest book, which was entitled Children.
Oh yeah, I have that book.
If you read the description of the speech, they had a procession of children coming up to the platform as the band was playing, and they were giving away free copies to the children. And he's saying that the children will now go home and read these books in the remaining months before Armageddon, which was supposed to happen just a few months later.
Oh.
Well, it did for him. He died. But, again, 1943 came and went, no Armageddon. And all of the Armageddon dates that have ever existed, none of them have come true.
Yes. And what's interesting is that when you look back in the history of these things through the Watchtower, how they define the history is they say some thought this and that was going to happen, when in actuality the Watchtower was teaching them.
Yeah.
Oh, great. We've got a busy signal, which means the phone just cut off.
Oh.
So maybe this will wake up our Rick so that he can connect it. Because what he does is he takes a nap in that room. Yeah.
You can't blame him.
We're gonna turn on now, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background.
It's almost time for me to go grocery shopping.
You are the host. Press star now.
Hold on.
Okay.
Just another second.
Sure.
Nothing worse than technology when you wake up from a nap.
But he's dedicated. He does that.
This is
man.
This is a simple procedure.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing this for years and years and years. God bless him.
When we get bombarded by intruders coming in, that's the hard thing.
Yeah.
That's when it's hard.
Yes.
Your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises.
And when Pete's on.
Pete's easy.
I may be easy, Rick, but I'm not cheap.
So
Yeah,
you're still up.
Let's not spread that around.
You guys are still rolling at it.
Yep, we're easy like Sunday morning.
When you are done talking, remember when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the program tonight.
Look at that. VivBVN is still on. Bob Roberts still on. That possibly Linda James is still on.
Yeah. Wow.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference call. We thank you for
Andrew King looks like he's writing in Korean now.
on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to
Well, your program did good last week, Lindy. You had over 1,000 people listening in.
Yay.
Yeah, so that worked out good.
We hope you enjoy the program tonight. You will now be placed into the conference. If you are the host.
Yeah, I don't like this Andrew King guy. I just don't get where he's coming from.
If you do not know your
I don't either.
I think he thinks that you're actually a Jehovah's Witness,
Oh,
even though
maybe.
you repeatedly say that you were never even baptized.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Andrew King,
he keeps calling you a LGBTQ pedo.
Oh, I've missed all that.
Oh, it's right there. It's the only thing he writes. It's all he knows how to spell.
Okay, please go back now.
Thank you.
I think he's got it like probably in a notepad note, and he just keeps copying and pasting it.
Okay.
He's too freaking lazy to actually type it out each time.
Muted. Unmuted.
I forget what your name is. I don't even know if you gave us your name, hon. I was talking to you, and then I got cut off because the phone, after 6 hours, turns off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're still there, but I was in the middle of talking, and then I dropped you on accident.
Is that still Nancy?
Oh, that's right. You did. Yes, Nancy. Are you still around? She made the mistake of asking us a question. We're just like information overload. Boom, boom, boom.
And then there's this. And there's it. Don't forget this.
Nancy, hit *6. Hit *6, Nancy.
Yeah, if you're on the phone, you can hit *6, and that will unmute your phone. Yeah. But she was asking very good questions.
Yep.
And I like that. You can tell that she has spent time around it. And when you do spend time around it, it seems like the best thing ever. It really does. And if your parents and your spiritual leaders are telling you it's the best thing since sliced bread, well, it's easy to believe it's the best thing since sliced bread. And then when you talk and realize things are not really adding up, it's very easy to doubt yourself. But I want to encourage you to trust your intuition, trust your own reasoning skills, because they're usually pretty spot on.
Right. It's good that, like she said, her mother is a JW, and, and she's curious, she's asking. But you can't go, and ask a JW, how are you different? Because, they're going to tell you what they want to tell you. So, she's asking us, people that, used to be involved in it, and we could tell her the truth about what's going on. So at least she has a curiosity.
Can I say something?
I know the first time that I really got the true indication that something was wrong.
I think I heard you, Brad. Just a minute, please. Go ahead.
The whole time I was studying, you're told certain things. Then I got baptized, and as soon as I got back to the hall, it's like, now, by the way, you need to not agree to take any blood. Wait a minute, you never told me that before.
Yeah, and if Nancy,
I got baptized to spring that on me.
And if Nancy is still listening or views this later, or for anybody, the organization has you sign a commitment. What is that? Something of attorney?
A card, power of attorney.
You sign a card that gives the organization power of attorney when it comes to accepting blood transfusions. So they get to come in and be the power of attorney and say you don't get blood when you yourself can change your mind at any time and choose to take blood. And even if you don't want the family members that might be around you or the team that shows up that wants to encourage you to not take blood, the liaison team, hospital liaison team, the hospital can do it in a very discreet manner and they will not find out. So you can change your mind verbally to anybody there. You can tell the person emptying the trash, that this is something you want to change. They'll get somebody to you. They can speak incognito and you can make that happen. And this was something that was brought out at the beginning of the movie called Apostasy. One of the characters in that movie needed a blood transfusion and then faithfully died. But like what you were saying, Pete, is that there's no Jewish culture that thinks that we should not take blood, when in actuality it was presented to us as, that it would fall into the category of the Hebrew culture to not take blood. But Jesus, I think he was helping to get an animal out of a ditch on the Sabbath, and the scribes and Pharisees freaked out and they tried to get him on this. You're breaking a rule. And he was like, to save a life, of course I am, to save a life. And so the organization says that the blood is the symbol of life, that's what's in the blood, the symbol of life, represents life or whatever. But the fact is when you wear a wedding ring, that's a symbol of your marriage. It is not in fact your marriage. It's a symbol of it. And so are wedding pictures, it's a symbol of that day. It doesn't, taking away a picture or a wedding ring is not going to take away the marriage. So they're really presenting it in a very, it doesn't apply.
And by the way,
first
off, let me say hi to Tibbles in the comments. Yes,
okay.
I am very much enjoying every minute of the show today with Linda. I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday night than with my favorite apostate. But where was I going before? Boy, senior moment.
Right?
What were you talking about?
So you were just wanting to say hi to him. I was talking blood transfusions.
Blood transfusions. Yeah, I still forgot my point.
Personally, I have an opinion that I have not been able to get enough documentation for, but I have looked it up on PubMed and other places.
I have a life experience about that.
Do you? Okay, let me just finish out my thought, and I do want to hear this, Tom. So, in my opinion, from what the Jehovah's Witnesses are considered a test category. We're being set up as guinea pigs so that they can perfect making synthetic blood or blood alternatives. And I believe that Nathan North set this up for us. So that they could make a better blood substitute. And that eventually that's going to be able to work with those when they're in combat and that somebody is needing blood, that they would be able to give them a blood alternative. That's my opinion. I don't have it totally documented, just my theory. But go ahead, Tom.
Okay, yeah. That would be great if they actually do that. That would be great. But I remember when my children were very young, I had to sign. My ex-wife was very adamant, and she had the organization. I was very. Let's put it this way: there was no way I could not sign this without turning this into an argument forever. I had to sign an agreement to allow Jehovah's Witnesses to take over as my children's power of attorney if anything medically was to come up as far as the blood situation came up. And the witnesses are the ones who had this all drawn up, and I was pretty much forced into it. I had to sign this to allow them to. So I no longer had the power of attorney over my children if something happened to my wife, and so that they wouldn't. None of them would have to have a blood transfusion. It was, well, to me, it became such a drawn out argument, and they were so young, and it wasn't worth arguing anymore because there was no way I was ever going to win this argument without getting my own lawyer, pretty much. But that is how much control they actually have over their members, and it was pretty torturous. It was terrible for me to actually have to sign a piece of paper to allow some other people to have medical friggin' control of my own children because I was not one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I did not. There was a chance that I would not respect my decision on the no blood issue. It was terrible because there's no way I would have ever signed that in real life, and nobody in their right mind would have made somebody do that, but they actually did that. And I was just pressured and pressured and pressured and pressured and pressured until I finally signed this friggin' piece of paper that took my rights as a father away from my children and gave it into the hands of these so-called pioneer witness friends of hers. And that really, was quite emasculating, it hurt me hard. I did not agree with it at all, but you know what? There was nothing I could do. Other than getting my own lawyer, my own lawyer, and taking it to court. There was really nothing I could do. So I just had to guess what? Forget this kid. This ain't gonna be an issue. So I just had to sign it eventually, But that's how bad they are. They actually took their kids' father's rights away, and I allowed it to happen, and I am very ashamed of myself that I allowed them.
There isn't a lot of undue influence used on you, Tom.
Yeah, I am very ashamed that I actually did that, and that was one of the worst things that I can remember.
I believe you signed that under duress. That would not have been your choice.
I had to, because if I didn't, you know, I mean, there was a constant argument and constant battle and struggle, and I was just the worst parent in the world. So, yeah, but that's one of their tactics. I did experience.
Man, that's so backwards.
It was terrible. I can't believe that they do that. You know, but they did. I experienced it. I know they do, and that they're wicked. That's wicked. As far as I'm concerned, that's wicked. And they are. You know.
It is very wicked when they're trying to steal a position that they don't deserve, which is power of attorney over your child, but you're the evil one and talk you down? How dare them? How dare them?
Yeah.
You signed it under duress.
They literally have no qualification to be that.
Oh my God.
Just nobody.
They don't. And
there's no qualifications at all in the world for that. You know, like they don't have anything.
I'm so sorry, Brad. I had told you earlier to wait, and I just now realized I full on forgot about you earlier when you tried to come in. So sorry. I'll shut up now.
I waited long enough, so I just started talking.
Thank you.
But no. You don't have to go back to me because I can't even remember what I was going to say earlier. I just wanted to comment that is a shit situation, and that's such a horrible thing to do for unqualified narcissists to be doing. That's all.
Right. It was terrible. Thank you. I'm done, but I just had to share that because I still to this day in my conscience still bothers me that I allowed that to happen. I really thank God they're old enough now. They're older, you know, where it's their decision now because they're in their legal age to make their own decisions now. But before that, if anything ever happened, and I don't think I could ever forgive myself if you know, if I allowed that to stand, you know. So thankfully that never did. But they really, that's how bad it was. It was terrible. They actually had legal documents that I had to sign.
Yeah.
You know, and to give away the rights of my own friggin' children to that friggin' religion. And that, you know, that's what they did. That's what they do, and I'm sure they still do it to other people. So, anyways, I'll stop. But they're terrible.
Yeah, I was done under so much pressure. I get it, and I understand that feeling you're having, or you had. I also want to say that, you know, if you're in touch with children that, you know, the blood card is on their doctor documents and stuff. If you're no longer a believer of the Watchtower, or your kids are not, you know, have them or yourself contact your doctor and switch that up if you are consciously okay with having a blood transfusion. Otherwise, it's going to be set up in such a way that they look at your records and then they call the liaison team. And that's not what you want. If you're okay with having a blood transfusion, make sure that they take that off of your medical records. And as a father or a mother, if you've already signed this power of attorney, you can verbally switch that up at any time. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good idea, because my daughter did finally dissociate herself, and
wow.
I mentioned that to her, and thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, just recently she did, and
yes, that's great news.
Yes, it is. Yes, she just turned 20 years old.
That is very courageous of her.
And yeah, so I
never takes after her dad.
I never thought that would happen. Honestly, I figured she was in it to win it, you know. But yep, now she's with me, and so I will have to mention mention that to her. Thank you. That's a very good idea. I will.
Okay.
I hadn't even thought of that. And that is a very, very good idea and important thing that she needs to think about. So I will bring that up to her. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's been a long night for you, Pete. Usually you're on here for a couple of hours and then you kind of take a back seat, and then next thing you know, you text me through and tell me that you're off for the night. But you've actually hung in
got
here
a lot
for
of
almost.
time to make up for, Linda. You got a
You
lot
made
of
it.
shows that I was absent for. You're getting it all tonight.
Yes. I love having you on the show as a guest. I really enjoy your personality and everything. But yeah, we're going on almost 5 hours. Did somebody,
Not a big deal.
I love Pete's chair.
isn't he fun? Yeah.
No, the chair. The chair. I love the chair that Pete
Oh,
did.
the
I
chair.
have
is-
a reading chair.
It's a very comfortable chair. I'll tell you, it wouldn't
yeah.
take me 2 seconds to just shut my eyes and go right to sleep. That's why you'll see every now and then I lean forward, just trying to stay awake.
Thank you.
But I think once this is finally done, I'm gonna take a quick ride to Dunkin' Donuts and go get myself some coffee.
Oh gosh, that sounds so good. Pick me up some when you get there.
Yeah, it probably won't survive the trip to your place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's so funny. Vivian says that she'll pour me a cup.
Let's see. Andrew Kang Kong, whatever his name is, has repeatedly said, "Look, they will come for you." Who is they, and why are they going to come for who? Please explain.
He said it's Kang, Kang, Kang.
Whatever.
Oh, coming for you.
He's
That's
irrelevant, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. And why would they come for you?
For me, I'm untouchable.
Why would they come for you,
Yeah, I don't
Andrew?
know.
Bad boys, bad
apparently,
boys.
From what I can understand from reading his chats all night long, he thinks anybody that has ever set foot in a Kingdom Hall is a pedophile.
Oh no, that's not the case.
Well, that's what he thinks.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, because you and I, like you were never even
As
baptized.
far as I can tell,
I was
the
discouraged.
one that uses a pronoun is a pedophile as well.
Yeah. Apparently, according to Andrew, anyone who uses pronouns is a pedophile.
He says, "What you did, we know."
Yeah, what
Now,
I do.
That's what I'm wondering. What did we do?
Yeah, what I do.
We know, Pete. We know.
Yeah.
The owner of this channel can block him. I'm not the owner of this channel. This is Rick Farron's channel.
Yeah. So what'd we do? I can tell you something I did.
I have an idea.
But the statute of limitations on it isn't up yet.
Okay.
So I can't admit it in person. But I think if I told you something that I have done, you would be very shocked and you would shut the hell up.
Oh, okay. What is your suggestion, Tom?
My suggestion is, I just woke up this morning to another 12 inches of fresh white snow on my truck that I'm going to have to clean up.
Where are you, Tom?
Change the subject a little bit. As far as all that other stuff, I really, I just thought I'd throw that at you guys. Because you're in California, the other guy's in Australia, and I don't know where Jeff is, but...
Where are you, Tom?
I snow in my driveway. I have to clean up this morning.
Wow.
And I just wanted to lighten things up a little bit. Okay.
Tom, where are you?
Nice. Amidst the snow.
I haven't looked outside yet. I want to know if I have 12 inches of snow.
Who is this other gentleman that just came in? Thank you, Tom. I thought I heard somebody else coming in.
I did. I missed the snow.
Yeah. No, I can't see outside the window. I hope I don't have 12 inches of snow.
Oh my goodness. Even the lighting of your room shows the sunlight. Yeah, the sun's already came up at your place. I'm going to wrap this up in a few minutes, probably within the next 10 minutes.
That's okay. Stop and Shop opens in about 45 minutes or so I can go do my shopping.
Okay. Tonight has been really fun, though. Even with the comments that I don't always welcome, This has been a pretty good show. Is there one last topic we want to talk about?
There's always that one person that rode the short bus to school.
That was me. No, I actually ride the short bus now, but don't tell nobody. My favorite.
I ride the bus everywhere because I don't drive.
There you go. Neither do I anymore.
Is there anybody that wants to bring up a couple of more things or one more thing, and then we'll call it a night?
One thing, if I could.
Sure.
I really enjoyed Eric's show that was on earlier. I'm not sure if Eric is still here. Probably not, but I really liked that show, the Red Pill Show. And I hope he does it again.
Me too.
It's excellent having Pete back, as always. I love Pete, so it's great to have you back, Pete.
Thank you very much.
And and I'd like to say an actual audible hi to Viv and Grace as well in the YouTube chat. And that's all.
Yeah. Vivian and Grace. They are lovely ladies. Lovely ladies. Vivian was on last week, and we had a nice long chat, and that was cool. And I don't know if it was last weekend or the weekend before. Somebody was giving Zachary a hard time, and Miss Grace came in and went, "Oh no, you sound handsome and sexy and this, that, and the other." And it was just so compliment. She comes in and she just comes with compliments and just says things like, "Somebody is acting very rude and I don't appreciate it." I love it when she does this. It's so great. So thank you for that, Miss Grace.
Sometimes there are people who
And
need
she
to
has
hear
one of
those
those
things.
voices that people listen to, which I love.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you say, Pete?
I said sometimes people need to hear things like that.
Yeah, they do.
Agreed.
Let's see here. Gary Stone said, "News from me after Toni Morris was shacked from the governing body. I have been appointed as a new member of the governing body after a night of celebration with friends. I got caught drinking scotch. I'm no longer serving as a member.
Serving as a member of the government.
It was a short term."
There you go.
It's like
I got Gary longer than I got.
He wasn't even there long enough to shake Gage Flegel's hand.
Right? That was hilarious. So,
Whiskey, Gary, not scotch.
I don't know.
What's everybody doing this morning?
I'm a whiskey guy myself and never acquired the taste for scotch. I'm a low rent kind of guy.
And then I don't drink at all, so
Yeah, whiskey. It's what's for breakfast.
I can't even imagine. I've seen what happens when whiskey hits the floor. It eats
Yeah.
up the floor.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know how you guys can have it in your tummy. But
Very carefully.
Well, when I was in high school, whiskey was my choice for after school.
wow.
It was wine was my breakfast drink. Rum is what got me through the day, and then whiskey was after school.
Really?
Did I tell you I had a drinking problem in high school?
You might have.
Yeah. Or at least that's what they tell me.
Can you hear me, Linda?
Do I hear Daniel?
Hey, good. I'm just been listening to you guys off and on and sleeping off and on. I'm catching a flight out of Michigan, and this morning about I'm heading to the airport about 9. I got a job offer in Brooklyn, New York, so I'm flying out to Chicago. Then I land in North Carolina, and then I land in JFK airport.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
What do you do for work then?
Well, it's going to be.
If you don't mind me asking.
It's a non-CDL driving a Freightliner box truck about 26 foot long, taking stuff out of New York and could be driving to Montana, could be going to Washington State, California, Texas, Florida. Be driving all over the place. You're out about 3 weeks at a time.
Nice.
So the money is a lot better when you're taking, long hauls, basically. But the beauty of it, I just had to have my DOT medical card. I didn't need a CDL, but they're paying like they are for CDL drivers. So it took me a long
Are you like a jack of all trades?
Maybe old trades of Jack. I don't know. Yeah. I've got lots of driving experience, so that's what helped me land this job, and I didn't have to have a CDL, so that made it even better. So
We used to host this show together, and one day, he was like, I think I might not make it to the show tonight or be late or something. And he sent me these short clips of like where he was at, stuck in the mountains, and I'm watching these cars pass by him, crashing into other cars. It was like insane. It was insane up in some mountain somewhere. And I'm like, oh my God, how did you get out of there? Oh, do you remember that, Daniel?
yeah, it was a snow blizzard hit before I could get out of the mountains, and I was at the bottom of a hill. A bunch of us were stuck, and all of a sudden, here comes this semi coming from the top of the mountain, coming down. He tries to slow down, and he jackknifes, and he slides right past me, hits some other cars, and whatever. Nobody got hurt or anything, but it was like trippy. I was like sitting in my truck going, I need to get out of my cab. He's coming right at me. So,
Yeah, it was scary looking.
Oh, was that you?
yeah, so I thought maybe I'll stop by Work Hill while I'm in New York and go out and deliver my free package of something. I don't know what yet. Maybe a stink bomb or skunks. Maybe I'll drop a bunch of skunks on the property so they can go in.
And we know you're joking because you are. Yeah.
I probably never will be anywhere near Walk Hill. So.
Well, if you hit Southern California, let me know. Oh, my phone's not working yet.
Yeah.
But get me through other
What the
means.
hell did you do to your phone?
I didn't do nothing but plug it in. It's bad.
Would you plug it into the swimming pool?
No, dear. I didn't plug it into the swimming pool. Okay. I already learned my lesson on that one.
This guy is a dirty, drunken fool. You're giving the apostates a bad name. Man, get off the TV.
Who are you talking about? Are you talking about my guest? Pete?
Why would he say I'm a drunken fool?
I don't know. I haven't seen you drinking tonight.
No, I mean, I stopped drinking in
You already
1987.
said he was earlier. Can't you
Huh?
tell? High school. Haven't you seen Dirty
when he was
Drunken
in high
Fools?
Oh, this here?
When he was in high school, idiot.
Yeah, this here is diet soda.
Yeah, right.
This guy's had me doing the same thing. One night he was like,
So,
your eyes are shifting. I'm like, I'm looking at the YouTube chat to answer the questions. That's where my eyes are shifting.
Yeah, it's you know.
I'm a pretty normal guy. I don't have a 2-liter bottle of anything sitting right next to me.
Well, that you're not also not doing 5-hour live stream.
Hello, this is Grace from Sweden.
Hi, Grace.
Hear me?
Woohoo, it's Grace.
So anyway, you have to be nice to Pete because he's awesome.
Oh, Grace, thank you, but you don't have to stick up for me.
Yes, there are a million reasons.
What do you think is mean?
What?
Well, you keep calling
No,
him
I
names,
think
for one.
Pete is very nice and Apostle
you
Babe
don't make
has the patience. Yes, I will tell you now.
You
I
need
will
to learn
explain it
English.
I will explain
Okay,
it
let Miss
very
Grace talk.
easily. Apostle
I
Babe
understand
has
you.
Okay, don't talk over her. Let Miss Grace talk.
of an angel. She's heavenly patience. And then Pete, he
You sound like a freaking robot.
You don't get to call people names.
them. This is not my mother tongue, so you will have to have patience with me because I don't speak English from my mother tongue. I'm from Sweden. I speak Swedish. Okay. So anyway, this Pete, he is a bit more firm and he balances it out. And then when Apostle Babe and Pete are working together, the level is more normal. And this is why we really need Pete here to keep things in order. And myself also, I'm not really nice all the time. I can be very firm also. And this is what is needed in the program because not only one time have we had rude people calling in here, and we don't tolerate it here. Just, it's a no-no. But anyway, I wanted to say something. I really hope this Pete person, Curious, is coming soon again because I really like this Pete person. He's so wonderful, and I'm so happy I got the chance to speak now because I thought, oh, everybody will hang up, and I don't have the chance to say how much I like this Pete person. He's adorable. And also, I heard you talking about the blood issue. I had my operation in January 1999, so it's a long time ago. And I told the doctor, she said, you might die. And I said, then I rather die. So actually, I could have been dead now because of Jehovah's Witness blood policy. That's ridiculous. And I just wanted to say, because Rick asked before, and we actually, I don't know the year, maybe it was 7 years ago, I don't really remember, 5 years ago maybe. There was a guy in my hometown here in Sweden. He was like mature age, maybe 60 years old, 60 plus, and he actually died here. And I wanted to actually ask Apostle Babe and Pete and everybody a question about this because what was the year? Maybe it's 10 years ago or something. The newest blood video from Jehovah's Witness, I watched this, and in this blood video, there was a doctor who said something like, well, actually, if the surgeon is bad, the patient will bleed a lot. And that's a load of crap because some operations, like if you have heart also heart surgery. Then you can bleed a lot. But they, well, that's my question. Thank you.
You've had a few
Very
operations.
nice to hear from you, Grace. We appreciate that.
You've had a few operations, Pete.
Yeah, I've had a few.
Did you? Was your conscience able to receive blood if needed?
Of course.
Okay.
When I, got disfellowshipped, I immediately, tore up my blood card and notified everybody that I had to notify that was no longer, acceptable.
Acceptable.
And when I had my first heart surgery, that for some reason it was still in the records. Now it says here that you don't want blood. If I need blood, you're giving me blood.
So you verbally got to say that, and that ex-made it. That's great.
I said, you make sure that's wiped out of my record forever. But the thing is, after each surgery, I have never asked, did I get blood? Because if you don't know, there's nothing wrong.
Yeah,
so
the story
I may have gotten blood. I may not have. I don't know.
Right. The story that it sounds like Grace heard was that, if the doctor's not that good, you may have more bleeding. Okay.
Yeah.
If the doctor's not that good, anything could happen. Right.
Well, yeah, that's
he might not throw you up.
Right. In medical school, they actually rank the graduates. Like you've heard them say, oh, he finished top in his class. Well, by that thought, somewhere is the person who finished last in his class. And then if you compare the different levels of medical schools, somewhere in the world is the world's worst doctor. And somebody's got an appointment to see him on Monday.
Yeah. Robert from the audience, Bob Robert said, even if the doctor is good, mistakes can be made.
Oh, yeah.
And so I noticed the logic of Watchtower is like, it'll start off talking about a certain subject, and then it goes and diverts and diverts and diverts, and then brings it right back around. And it really isn't really saying much about what the subject was. And I've always been like, where's the answer in all of this? And it doesn't really.
Do you think I learned how to digress?
And Meslo, the company that they hire, that's they're a company that are for human rights and all this stuff. But what they're famous for going to court and being for like the Mormons and the Scientologists and the Jehovah's Witnesses. And then they have this one gal, Hulk is her name, and I'll watch her, and she just goes on and on and on, never really answers the subject she starts talking about. She doesn't make sense, and then just smiles at the end of it, like the end of when Brother Splain talks about the chart of the overlapping generations, and then he, how he just goes, now doesn't that make sense? It's like that when it doesn't make any sense at all.
I have yet to see a talk with Stephen Lett where he doesn't say at least once, if you think about it.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
And if you read some of the literature, there's a common thing that they'll say, like terminology, like if you're a wise thinker, or they use this kind of terminology that promotes the smartest route to go.
It's gaslighting,
Mm-hmm.
It's gaslighting. If you're, as all good Christians know,
a reasonable person would come to the conclusion and see. Rutherford used to use the terminology "people of goodwill," like those are the good guys,
Right.
and that's coercion even in there. It's
Only
used
an
all the
evil
time.
person would think this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's here it is like 40 years later. It's fun to look back and see all that. Of course, while you're in the cult, you just don't see it.
No,
Yeah.
if that's
No.
all your whole surroundings.
Right. Like when you join, you don't tell your friends, "Hey, I just joined a cult." No, it's
No one joins a cult.
yeah, you don't realize it until it's too late.
Yeah, I actually have a video on my channel about no one joins a cult or nobody joins a cult, and that's the beginning of a quote from Jonestown, from Jim Jones, and how he had everything set up. It's amazing the things that he did that was behavioral, that would change the behavior of his followers. And he started off as a pretty amazing guy, but near the end it was like it turned bad. It turned really bad.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna.
I think Jonestown was about as bad as it can get.
It was, and it happened at the time of Ryan, a senator from San Francisco, had gone over there to check it out. And then the thing was, is Ryan said, if anybody wants to leave with me, you're welcome to do so. This is the thing: when a narcissist, a sociopath, psychopath, whatever, if you take away from them what they believe belongs to them, and that's how they see their members or their followers, as possessions, they own them. That's when things get bad. They're living off of something called a narcissistic injury, could be a few other names, and that's what was going on. Ryan took them back to the plane that they were going to go back to San Francisco with, and that's at a time that he sent out a truck that had people in it with shotguns, or not shotguns, the automatic guns, shot them all to kill them all, and not all of them did die, but Ryan did.
Yeah.
And it was pretty ugly because
once you kill the United States senator, your life expectancy gets very short.
right, that's what spurred off the talk that he did with his followers to have them drink the Flavor Aid and to commit suicide, which ended up turning into a suicide massacre, because those that didn't change their mind at the last minute, which, by the way, this was a drill that they did for like 10 years of doing this. Those that decided not to go with it or to try to run, they were shot. So it was a suicide massacre.
Or they were injected.
Yes, people would come up to them and stab them with the injectors. Yeah, you're right. And I can remember after
one of my videos, I talked about that. And then I said, I wonder how many Jehovah's Witnesses, when the JW Broadcasting episode says to drink the Kool-Aid, will actually do it. I have a feeling there'll be a mass exodus from the cult then.
I hope so. I hope so. And you would, yeah, it's a big fear that a lot of us have, and it might happen, but I tend to believe that the organization needs the members more so than the members are being told that they need the organization.
Yeah.
Because they need the members as a front. But like you said, it could happen. It could happen. But it wouldn't be wise of them.
Well, the only reason it happened in Jonestown was because, they knew the end was coming because they had killed the United States Senator.
Yes.
So, the noose was closing in. So It was a last-ditch thing.
Exactly.
And I think it's likely that there will be some kind of event in the future that where the government here in the United States in particular, I mean, you see it happening in other countries already where Jehovah's Witnesses are, they're losing their funding, they're, being prosecuted for breaking laws, they're losing privileges and all kinds of stuff. And now in the United States, you've got, like what's going on in Pennsylvania and Washington. It's getting harder and harder.
It's closing in.
And if the point gets to where the noose finally tightens around the governing body's neck, there were just one JW Broadcasting episode away from hearing that.
Yeah. And they get rid of people, disfellowship them or whatever, to silence them so that members don't listen to them.
Yeah.
So along the lines that you're talking about, if they do suggest that they do, some kind of a take themselves out, I would only believe it's to silence them so that they wouldn't share the atrocities that they've experienced. I don't know.
Hey, what do you think of the speculation that Tony Morris got some kind of a payout to, hush money?
Well, I don't think Tony Morris would go voluntarily.
No, I know that.
So that's possible because that might be a motivator, and it's their style. It's their style. When people try to sue them for the atrocities that they've experienced as members, it's very common for them to settle with a gag order. Yeah. They love the gag orders. A settlement with him not talking, that does sound like the character of what Watchtower would do or could do.
That would only be if there was some kind of litigation, though. Let's take it for, like, everybody assumes that it was something related to drinking. Okay, so let's say, that he did something when he was drunk or it just got to be too much. So they said, okay, look, we're going to remove you as a member of the governing body because of your drinking. What's he going to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because if he says, oh, well, I'm going to expose everything, Watchtower's never cared about that in the past. They'll just label him an apostate and disfellowship him. And then they say to their loyal followers, look at what Tony Morris did. He's apostate. Can't believe anything he says.
Which they did with Raymond Friends.
It's lies now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're spending a dime on it. They've got more important things to spend their money on. They got to buy some more movie cameras for Ramapo.
That's true.
Yeah.
We don't know if he maybe he had a stroke. Maybe he had surgery and took blood. It could have been a number of things that a leader shouldn't do that would be a bad image on the organization.
Right.
It seems like it would be something that would put a bad image on the organization. That's usually when they exonate people.
Yeah. I think if he took blood or something like that, like the fact that they called him Brother Anthony Morris kind of tells me it wasn't really like a disfellowshipping or a disassociation.
You're right. And somebody that does take blood is disassociating themselves. Yeah.
Even if even if his health was failing, nobody's going to walk away from the perks of the governing body. Like I said in my video, it's like being appointed to the Supreme Court. You're there till you die.
Right. But I remember there was a certain talk where it was heard that talked about they're going to retire out at like age 70 or something. Do you remember that? They were all sitting down. He was talking with some brothers and saying, maybe it was only for the elders. I don't know. That probably was it. I'm just remembering off the top of my head. So maybe it wasn't for the governing body. So this is just out of character, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
they do stick around.
Hey, how do you reckon his answers made the governing body look during the Royal Australian Commission?
What was that?
Yeah, I missed that too. Can you talk a little louder?
Sorry. When he was speaking to the Royal Australian Commission, do you think that the answers he gave were would be looked on as good to the the rest of the governing body, or not? Because to me, his answers were some of the worst, the most hypocritical sounding answers. Correct?
Well, yeah, but
I just thought that while we're talking about this, maybe this could be a preemptive strike because they know there's another court case coming up where Tony Morris will be questioned.
That's a thought too.
Does that make sense?
Possibility.
Yeah.
But he could just do the Garrett Loesch thing, and
Right.
when he gets subpoenaed, just say, I have nothing to do with it.
I don't answer to the Watchtower. I don't have nothing to do with the Watchtower.
You said that.
Loach did for a case in San Diego.
Yeah.
And it was a case that was going on for a long time, and he was subpoenaed to come in. And that's the note that they gave to the lawyers or whatever. Yeah, I don't have anything to do with them, so he doesn't show up. It was lame. It was absolutely. I will find it for you and send it to you. It's lame.
Yeah, but that's if you were the organisation, that's exactly the sort of answer you would want, isn't it? You would want him to give.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about. Sorry, I don't have anything. What? Huh?
Yeah.
You must be mistaken.
Yeah, one of my favorite videos was their lawyer talking to the Canadian Supreme Court. And he's like, when shunning is, I mean, the person still has a right to go to the meetings, and he could sing the song. He can sit anywhere he wants.
In the Kingdom Hall.
Yeah. And his relationship at home with his family is still the same.
But he doesn't mention at home with his family. That's the thing. He says his relationship with his family is under normal family circumstances.
Yes. I'm like, a person can attend the meeting and sit wherever he wants. And nobody's going to talk to him. But, I was so happy that, when I got this fellowship, the body of elders that this fellowshipped me ended up getting removed about a year later. Like the entire body. We're all removed and replaced, with like brothers from Bethel. Yeah.
That's right.
And so my mother was like all excited. She said, all the elders are gone. They're going to have all new elders. You can, talk to them about coming back. And I was like, well, Ma, I don't want to come back. And she's like, but, I really want you to get that mark removed off of you. So it was like the stigma of having a disfellowship. And, at home, she wouldn't shun me. But if we were in public, she wouldn't talk to me, just in case that there was a witness. Like if we went grocery shopping and she saw a witness in the store, my mother would grab like her shopping list and just like go, and it's so she put up the show like she was shunning me, but she wasn't really. But because she was so ingrained, so indoctrinated, she was guilty. Like my mother, great sense of humor, always laughing, always smiling. But when I got this fellowship, her smile disappeared. She didn't laugh anymore. And I could see that it was killing her to not shun me.
Yeah.
And so when they got the new body of elders, I went in there and I said, I'd like to get reinstated, and they asked me they had my file, so they read and they said, well, you need to start coming back to the meetings. I said, and so and they wanted to just try to brush what that other body of elders had done under the rug. So they said, start coming back to the meetings and then we'll see how it goes. I said, okay. I came back to the meetings for like 3 weeks and they called me back in and said, we're going to reinstate you.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So, they said, don't say anything to your mother, but we're going to announce it at, the meeting Thursday night. And I said, okay. So I went home and I didn't say anything to my mother until we were in the car on the way to the meeting. I said, by the way, because I know she would have just lost her shit, And I said, by the way, they're going to announce I'm being reinstated tonight. I said,
Yes.
I told you now, don't say anything. And so we got there and they made the announcement. And of course, I got love bombed after the meeting. And they were, oh, it's so nice to have you there. And that was the last meeting I ever attended. On the car ride on the way home, I said to my mother, okay, I got the mark off me. Now I'm never setting foot in that building again.
Wow.
And she said, why? I said, I don't believe it. So I said, but I got the mark off me. That's all that counts, right? And so she was like, well, yeah. And I said, okay.
I remember you talking about when you were disfellowshipped that the elders came to your mother and encouraged your mother to kick you out of the house.
Yeah.
Was that during the time? Was that before you were reinstated or after?
Yeah,
or?
that was the old body of elders, the idiots, the jerks.
So this happens, people. When you hear of children or whether they're over 18 or not, getting kicked out of the house, there might be elders showing up and talking to your parents and encouraging you to kick them out of the house.
Yeah.
It's it's so deceptive.
You know what? I'm
So
going to explain to Rick about the quality of the show.
Oh, please
you guys
do.
are a bunch of silly fools.
Okay. Please
Go
do.
ahead.
He'd love to hear from you.
Go ahead.
Go right
Does he
ahead.
watch your show? Does he know what's going on?
Go ahead and ask him. Ask him and inform him.
Yep.
I'm all too fine with that, hun.
Yeah, all you want. It don't matter. I love the quality of this show. And I'm just speaking up my mind.
Thank you, Tom. I'm glad you
I
like it.
just don't understand, Linda.
Keegan!
If there's a show on YouTube or on TV, or if there's a movie at the theater that I don't like after 10 minutes, I leave.
I do too. Yeah.
So you have to question the intelligence level of somebody who sits through 5 hours of something that they don't like. Maybe he's just not smart enough to know how to operate a mouse and to click on something else. Because it's certainly the fact that he's still here, definitely a sign that there is no intelligence whatsoever. He must be on an oxygen machine just to breathe.
Hello, Susan.
Hi.
You mentioned that you don't do you don't do computers and stuff, but I wanted to encourage you, the caller that was just talking, if you could get a smartphone, it's super easy to get on Google and to look things up. And maybe I know it might not be something you want to do, but I just want to suggest if you get a smartphone, it's easier to get used to. getting involved for the internet and stuff like that. It's before I got myself familiar with the internet and different sites, it was just foreign to me. I had no idea what I was missing. And I think you might actually appreciate learning some of the things that you can find out from Google. And it's super easy to get on with a smartphone. So I wanted to encourage you to get one. You can, there's many different, I don't know what you call it, different companies that will give you some good deals,
Google is a wonderful resource.
It is.
Yeah, thanks to Google, I found out that over the course of human history, there have been approximately 108 billion people on Earth.
Is that right?
And I thought that's going to be really interesting during the 1,000 years of the resurrection.
I've thought about that too.
Those JWs are going to be doing an awful lot of preaching work real fast.
That's right. I can remember being a kid and listening to an elder on the platform talking about how there's going to be enough room on Earth, and that there's so much room on Earth now that isn't being used, and that, we're going to fit okay. All of us and those resurrected, it's all going to work.
Out that there are 8.5 million Jehovah's Witnesses, there'll be enough property for 2.5 acres for each of us.
You remember that too, yeah.
Absolutely. And I said, who gets the 2.5 acres in Honolulu, and who gets the 2.5 acres in the middle of the Sahara Desert?
Exactly. Makes you wonder, right?
Do you get to choose which property you get?
It'll be assignment. That's how things mostly go, by assignment.
It'll be interesting, seeing as nobody in the Watchtower is allowed to have, like education for, say, electrical engineering. Who's going to fix the power grid?
I wondered that too.
Yeah, I think there won't be any electricity in the new system.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
And I'm still caught up on that whole we don't need doctors in the new system.
Yeah.
I mean, people are building their own houses. Might one of them fall off the roof and break their leg? Wouldn't they need to go to the doctor?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how perfect you are.
There's
Accidents happen.
There was a recent Watchtower with a picture of the new system, and I'm like, wait a minute. Lions and tigers and bears are all running around free, but you got a dog on a leash?
I know. Is that you? Brad, is that you? That you were saying something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hey, Susan was just here trying to say something.
Oh, forgive me, Susan. I did not hear you. We were all too loud.
Yep.
If you wanted to share something, Susan, you're welcome to come in now.
Well, Linda, I just want to tell you that I'm so proud of you, how you handle yourself on your show. Someone mentioned that you were an angel and had so much patience. I personally agree. It sometimes can be very difficult to handle different personalities, and you do it just seamlessly. And as far as it was asked, just get to know the quality of the show. I may not speak up very often, but I do listen. So Rick is very aware of what's going on with your show, and he wouldn't keep you in the slot if he wasn't happy with the way you were doing things. So I think you're doing a super job.
Thank you, Susan. So that's good to know. So as you're listening, if things go really, you would inform him. So that's good to know if there was something that needed to be informed. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, definitely. If things go south, he'll know.
That's what you're saying. Exactly. Thank you.
I'll probably be getting an email de-inviting me from.
Who inviting you?
I said Rick will probably notify me I'm no longer welcome because I'm such a horrible guest.
Oh, never.
You got to do a lot before Rick unwelcomes you. Go ahead, Brad.
Brad.
Last week you asked me about Chat GPT.
Yes.
And I never got a chance to reply. And you said that Rick had been on the waiting list. Is he still on the waiting list?
Yes, he is. He's still on the waiting list.
Okay, so I know a couple of ways of getting around that. And the first one, does Rick have a VPN?
Oh boy, you're asking the wrong person. What's VPN?
It's a virtual private network. It's something that you would use to, say you had Netflix and you wanted to watch what Australia Netflix had, you could use a VPN to do that. It makes your internet provider think you're in a different country.
No, I know he has just installed it. It's something special, like he's his own network or his own.
See, that could be something. I would think that Rick did have a VPN, and probably you just don't know about it. If he does, and he sets it to Australia, he's got a much better chance of getting off that waiting list and getting straight in, because not many people in Australia are actually using it. And it works, so that waiting list works on countries, or specifically regions. And I assume he's trying to connect from your house, and that would be America, the USA, which would be the biggest using region in the world for ChatGPT at the moment, which is why he'd be on the waiting list. If he sets it to Australia, he's got a much, and specifically if he can get a spot in Western Australia where about 5 people live, that's an exaggeration, but he won't be on any waiting list. I've never had a waiting list for it. I can go on it. I've got it open. I've got it open permanently right now. And that's another thing. Once he gets off the waiting list, a cool thing, you don't realize how much it can do until you're using it. So once you ask it the things that you want to ask it the first time, and then maybe it takes an hour for you to think of something that you really need from it. So as long as he doesn't close the browser that he's on and just refreshes, he should be able to stay on it for as long as he wants without ever having to go on that waiting list again. Does that all make sense?
Does he need to refresh it or not to refresh it?
Oh, no, just refresh. Never close it, just refresh it. If it stops working, because if you stop talking to ChatGPT after about 2 hours, you'll need to refresh it to get him to respond again. Him, I don't know why I said that. It to respond. So you refresh instead of closing your browser and opening it up again. That way you stay connected to ChatGPT instead of having to jump back on that waiting list again.
Okay. I'm taking notes on what you're saying, so I'm going to share this with Rick. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to know all this.
Excellent.
So we are at the 5:38 point of this video, Susan.
You're welcome.
So at 5:33, you can have Rick start to listen to this. Re-listen to it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you can explain it to him, but I like going back to I have to listen to it a few times.
Well, I'm sure after I explain it to him, he's going to want to listen to it. But this is good.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't do live stream.
That was nice of you, Brad. Thank you for all that work.
You're very welcome. And another thing, if he has something specific that he wants to ask ChatGPT, I have a permanent connection. He can always send me an email of what he wants to ask it, and I can ask him and give him the response. if for some reason he can't seem to get off that waiting list.
Well, that's nice too. Wow. Okay, so send an email. Does he have your email address?
Yeah, he does. Yep. And just so you know, I sent him an email today, just saying we were talking about ChatGPT last week, and if you wanted, I could help you out with it. So he's got an email in his email account right now from me that he can respond to if he needs to. Because I'm the girl. That one. I'm the girl Friday of Linda's show sometimes. So.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That is true. That is a good. Yeah, that's true.
We can hardly hear you, Susan. Can you speak up just a little bit more?
I'm more listening.
Oh, much better. Well, I'm about ready to wrap things up for the evening, unless there was a few more things that needed to be said. And I was going to give you time to, Pete, to say a few things before we take off.
Well,
if you have any parting remarks, you and your two leaders.
Since I've been here, I missed you guys. Glad to be back. Who knows when I'll be back again? But the things have been kind of hectic in my personal life, but yeah, things are looking up. And so I may be getting back to my normal routine in a little bit. We'll see. Thank you all for your patience and support, and take care. Linda, thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here. And Susan, Vivian in the chat for YouTube says hello. That's for you, Susan. And did I hear somebody else? Is that you, Brad?
Sorry, I just was saying see you to Pete.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much for everybody that called in. And I look forward to this every single weekend. I enjoy myself here, even when we have disagreements and interruptions that aren't always welcome by me. But I do love this opportunity to host this show and love to hear your comments and your viewpoints. And I love to learn from you as well as share with you things that I've learned. So this is truly the highlight of my week. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you next week. And I am Apostate Babe, your favorite apostate. And today's date is March 5th. We started the show on March 4th, 2023 on Saturday, and it is Sunday, March 5th.
Wow, a whole day. That's a long show.
So I'm going to just say goodnight to everybody. And thank you so much for coming. And I'm going to exit now. Thanks a lot, people.
Thank you.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
And now, the end is near.